All right. Good morning, everybody. Let's see if everything kicks into gear here. Wonderful. All right. Hey, good morning. Let me just ping the Discord. Cool. All right. How we all doing? Don't think there's any other maintenance things I need to do. So, all right. Let's get started on the crossword here. Office announcement. That's a memo. Oh my god. Jump. Not clue. Repairs a hole. Patches. Ingredients in some smoothie bowls. Always acai. Acai. Whatever. Plus. Also, addition to no avail. Remedy for a riled up person. A chill pill? Sure. I feel like a lot of things now, when you say take a chill pill, it's more to like pester someone to rile them up even more. Dashboard instrument, a dial, speedometer, I'm not, CRV or a Civic, Honda. All right, Honda. Country where sticky rice is a staple, probably Laos. Napkin spot, lap. Jump, just be leap. Classic music style, polka. Narnian talking lion, I don't know. Best of the best is the elite. George, who played, is that how you spell his name? Prefix with friendly, eco-friendly. Penalty for brake fraud. No. Bank fraud. Frozen account. Hey, how's it going? Aliana on the new phone. How goes it? Rowing implement's gonna be an oar. Oh, alright, well, enjoy. I'm good. I'm just doing the crossword before I hop into talking politics for a couple hours.
Will you shut up,
Hey,
man?
appreciate the follow. Thank you. Third smallest country. This would be Macau? Maybe? Biden blast. There you go. it's, it's also the background of my computer. Yeah, I just thought it was something funny. Sometimes there's like a window that gets held up that just like places itself right where the hand is, so it looks like Joe Biden's presenting something to you. I don't. Headstone letters would probably be that would probably be R.I.P. Yeah. So this would be Nauru? Is that a country? Dinner is served. Dig in. Okay. Oh, gauge. Sure. Slept. Mends. Oh, okay. Magic. Go for it. Establishments offering facials. Spas. What is cornflower called? Grew up. Matured? Ah. I think this is Masa. Musical flair. Goes over by hand. Traces. Oh man. So do you think he's not committed to the regimen? Bits of musical flair. I don't really know if that constitutes as bullying, saying don't give up. I think that's it's just encouragement. Gotcha. Can't bully people, it's too hard. It's like a muscle. Just wait, what video games do you play? Because you find the most toxic one and then participate in it. Like Starbound and Fallout. Gotcha. Okay, so I don't know about Starbound, but I don't know if you can be toxic in a single player game. Unless you want to bully the NPCs for practice. Fresh and glowing. Dewy, maybe? No, that can't be right. Chew like a... Speaking gnaw? Shadow bullying, yeah. Or you could download League of Legends, and that will put you in a certain mindset instantly. Counterpart to sciences would be the arts. Anything but League, exactly. That's why it's... It would turn me racist. That has happened. Many such cases, many such cases. Bit of musical flair. A grace note? Riff. Antithesis. Exact opposite. There we go. Edmonton hockey player, probably an Oiler. Feudal underling is a serf. For sure. Huh? Cold front's the only thing that... Oh, deaf. Sure, why not? Largest joint in the body. This is the knee? I guess. Yeah, sure, why not? The spliff is the... I thought a spliff was just when you mixed, like, tobacco in as well. Game in which sound effects are banned? Oh, charades. What? Alright. I'm not sure what that means. I've solved it, probably aha. Midway Airport, Oahu? No, that's not. Hospital glove material, latex. Sends an eggplant emoji, say sects. Sexts? Sure, why not? I speak not the Queen's English. True. I don't think any of those words are in the Bible. When you mix grabba into your spliff, it's called a Bodman spliff. I can't even begin to parse that. Oh, hair. Jeez. Polar opposite. Parse? Just means put together. Like, it would be like to understand, to put into language that I understand. Adds unnecessary words to computer menu heading next to file. File edit? Maybe? Lower as the lights would be dim. Madame, whatever. I'm no clue. Pads. Like an essay. Read thoroughly. You gonna buy more sparring equipment? Nice. This wouldn't be peruse. Oil drum. Peruse. Someone's stolen it. Why? What? That's really annoying. Yeah, what use would a singular glove be? Cool cat? Alright, cool. There we go. Alright, and then... we did that one in pretty short order, so let's move on to Scrandle. See what the British are up to, what they're eating. This actually, both of these look good. Fuck. Although, what is this? There's like some kind of bun, some kind of chicken. I feel like people are gonna vote against it. Well, okay, this is gonna. Yeah. Okay, this one isn't scored. All right. Can you even call this a hot dog at this point? Like, there's more. Oh, it's from the Netherlands. That makes sense. There's more onion than dog. Like, it's just poking out under there. Versus loaded fries. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. That's... Why even bother with the bun at this point? Oh my god. That being said, yeah, okay. Sure, why not? I mean, this is probably like 4,000 calories, but it does look much better. Okay. Why does everything look good today? What the? Usually this is like the most disgusting shit on the planet. I feel like people vote for this because it's Korean chicken, but I'm gonna be honest, I would probably eat. Okay, yeah. That is a depressing cheeseburger. I feel like out of principle you have to vote for this side. Okay, thank God. Souvlaki versus... I mean... People do love their loaded fries. And fried onions on top. Ooh. Okay. Where's the disgusting stuff? Lollies loaded with a... Oh my... Okay. I guess. They're not comparable. Okay, there we go. That looks fucking disgusting. Oh my god. Although, hey, it's probably actually good. This curry sauce. Oh my god. That just looks way too wet. Ugh. Bro, who's ordering a cheeseburger that has 2 bites taken out of the cheese already? Ew. Oh my god. Alright, that was... Ugh. No good. Food guesser. Mung beans. So are we... No. Where do people eat mung beans? Nope. Okay, I went too far. Indonesia. Nope. Nope. What the fuck? Malaysia? No. Oh, the Philippines. Okay. My bad. Cabbage? What? What is this? Flour, water, yeast, salt, sugar, eggs. So... I feel like this is either the Netherlands or like Estonia. No, it's south. Romania. Oh my god. Okay. Couscous, butter, sugar, almond, raisins. Oh, I've had this. It's pretty good. Although I don't know where it's from. Maybe... Heck, I don't even know if I want to venture a guess. Raisins. Dates. Orange blossom water. Turkey. No. Wouldn't be Italy, would it? Croatia, maybe? No. Algeria. Okay. Below average today. That's unfortunate. Okay. I mean, that's just too much onion, right? Yeah, okay. Thank God. Ooh. I just feel like, yeah, people are going to vote for that. White Christmas, that is good. Marble cake, easy. People do like their sweets in this. Alright, depends what this is. Yeah. I feel like ravioli just has to win off name recognition alone, no? Yeah. 97%, damn. This says vegetable showing. People on this website aren't voting for that. Ooh. Okay, let's see if the sweetness heuristic play. Okay, it does. Now this one's tough. Because what is this? Boil. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's too wet. People are going near. Yep. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay. So, where do we want to start? Let's do this most recent. Thing here.
But it's rocky. Any questions? We had some great economic numbers come out. As you know, we're doing very well economically. A lot of
From where? Again, they're holding.
factories are being built all over the country and all of that, but very strong numbers came out. Go ahead.
Can you give us an update on what took place in South Florida today, these talks between the U.S. and the Ukrainians?
Well, they're going along.
Oh my god. We'll do a segment on the Ukrainian stuff. Right now, it is insane what is coming out about Steve Witkoff. It's just so... like, it's gotta be treasonous, right? Like, coaching the Russians on how to present a plan to the president that's favorable to the Russians, letting the Russians basically write the plan. Is that legal?
Going along well. We want to stop people from being killed. Doesn't have much to do with us. And I'd like to see if we can save a lot of souls. A lot of people are being
I also don't like this idea that we're somehow removed from this conflict. Like, spheres of influence exist. Ours extended as far as Ukraine. It probably no longer does. We had a country that was trying to leave Russia's sphere of influence, democratize, root out corruption, work towards joining our sphere of influence, and we spat in their face, and that is unforgivable. And also just a terrible move for us. There's rare earths that are there. Now they're they're world leader in drone technology, and they're going to want to do fucking nothing with us after the way we've treated them. Like, of course this has to do with us. And especially, not only economically, but our projection of power across the world. I just... like, we're not removed just because it's overseas.
killed. Last month we had 27,000 people killed in that ridiculous war that should have never happened. Would have never happened to everyone. So
Have you spoken with the owner of Witkoff since
I have, yeah, I've spoken to them. And they're doing well. Ukraine's got some difficult little problems. Have some difficult problems. But
Like how it's always...
I think
they're
Russia
saying
would
that
like to see it end, and I think I know Ukraine would like to see it end.
You just said that Ukraine has a little bit of problems.
Well, we
What
have
are
a
those
corruption
problems?
situation going on, which is
Yeah, so the corruption situation I'll look into more as well. Zelensky's chief of staff, something like that, is being investigated. And now he's going to the front lines or something. I'll take a look at that because that'll be useful to know.
not helpful.
And is that impeding the peace talks?
I said it was going on for 3 years, right? Didn't I say 3 years? I said it. So I was way ahead of schedule. But I think that there's a good chance we can make a deal.
Mr. President, on Venezuela, can you tell us more about why the airspace above Venezuela should be considered
Because we
closed?
consider Venezuela to be not a very friendly country. They sent millions of people, really, and probably a number in excess of that. And a lot of those people shouldn't be in our country, from jails, from gangs, from drug dealers, from all of the people that came into our country shouldn't have been in our country, causing a lot of problems.
Does your warning,
And drugs.
does your warning mean that an airstrike is imminent, or should we not read it that way?
Don't read anything into it.
The New York Times reported that you had a phone call with Maduro. Did you?
I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes.
And can you tell us a little bit
No, I
about
can't do that.
Why?
Mr.
Would you say it went well?
I wouldn't say it went well or badly. Yeah.
You think so?
Can you talk a little bit about the strikes and the controversy around Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth?
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him.
So you don't know if there was
He's
a
talking about the two men.
the second strike to kill the two men.
He said he didn't do it. He said he never said
Would you be okay with
So what it seems like is that Pete Hegseth didn't order the second strike directly, obviously, but his directive to the chief of operations was to, quote, kill them all, which ordering a double strike from which the person leading the operation then ordered the double strike to kill the survivors, which seems like it's a war crime from what I've read.
That if he did.
He said he didn't do it, so I don't have to make that decision.
What do you, you're
Mr. You've made so clear.
Why let him get off on that? Wait, what?
He said he didn't do it. He said he never said
Would you be okay with that if he did?
it. He said he didn't do it, so I don't have to make that decision.
what do you, you're
Mr. You've made so clear how you're going to keep drugs
Why let him get away with not answering that? That's crazy.
out of the U.S. Can you explain more about why you would pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
So the former president of Honduras, I believe, who was prosecuted, pled guilty, but it was under Biden, so he
I don't
pardoned
know
him.
who you're talking about. Which
Juan Hernandez.
Well, I was told, I was asked by Honduras, many of the people of Honduras, they said it was a Biden setup. I don't mean Biden. Look, Biden didn't know he was alive, but it was the people that surround.
That's all it takes to get a pardon. Like, oh my god, I just it either is that there's some economic kickback for it, or there's no research being done on these pardons. Like, either case, it's bad.
Resolute desk surround Biden when he was there, which was about very little time. And the people of Honduras really thought he was set up and it was a terrible thing. He was
Which people? I feel like you gotta. I'll look into that as well, I guess. But what was the former president of Honduras convicted of?
the president of the country. And they basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president of the country. And they said it was a Biden administration setup. And I looked at the facts and I agreed with that.
Okay, but he didn't look at the facts for the CZ pardon. I don't know. I think he finds out something's controversial after the fact and then tries to do cover up because his first thought is, oh, someone close to me said this is Biden and I trusted them full stop. Let's see. So he was running Honduras as a narco state. Sentenced to 45 years in prison. God damn. Let's look at the evidence, please. All right.
What evidence did you share that he was set up and that he wasn't?
Well, you take a look. I mean, they could say that you take any country you want. If somebody sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life.
President, can I just clarify? Do you think the
Like, does it even cross your mind that there might be more going on here? Like, come on. Right? Like, I feel like a reasonable person would say maybe there's more going on, and it's at least worth looking into, but he doesn't know shit about it.
That includes this country, okay? To be honest, I mean, if somebody does something wrong, you put the president of the country in jail. They said it was a Biden setup. It was a Biden administration setup. And you have a big race going on this week.
Enjoy.
Next week, I think it's going to be a very important race. It'll be interesting to see Honduras. That's what you're talking about, right?
Correct, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Well, what is the second part of your question? No, I don't have a deadline. I have a deadline when the war is over. And hopefully the war is going to be over. 27,000 people killed last week. 27,000 over the last 3 or 4 weeks. 27,000 people killed.
It should
That
just
war should end.
rolling up
please, for the good of the country, get Pete Hegseth out at least. God, like, as incompetent as this entire admin is, Pete Hegseth specifically, maybe the dumbest, yeah, maybe the dumbest person in this admin. And arguably in one of the most prone positions to doing something crazy. Just please get him out of there.
The first strike was very legal. It was fine. And if there were two people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Does that make you?
I have great
Are
confidence.
you saying there's no second strike?
I don't know. I'm going to find out about it. But Pete said he did not order the death of those two men.
Do you have any concerns about how those boat strikes have been carried out at all?
Yeah, I mean, I'm center left of center. All right, maybe center of left. So, I'm for expanded healthcare coverage for people. I'm for infrastructure. I think we can raise our tax rates a little bit, nothing crazy. Having sensible levels of regulation, not stifling business, but trying to limit negative externalities to the best of our ability. I'm a capitalist, just with a healthy amount of government intervention where there needs to be. Pro-abortion, pro pretty much everything liberal. Like, kind of a do what you want. Doesn't really matter unless you're, trying to kill me or something. What else? I'm probably more pro Second Amendment than most liberals, but yeah. I'm mainly focused on economic policy. You're an anarchist? Okay. What's the appeal of anarchism? Like, what would come from the ashes, I suppose?
Very little, because you can see the boats, you can see the drugs in the boats, and each boat is responsible for killing 25,000 Americans. So, and they're doing an amazing job. And we're getting, you just look at the numbers. The amount of drugs coming into our country by sea is infinitesimal compared to what it was just a few months ago. And each boat, think of this, each boat on average is responsible for the death of 25,000 Americans.
That's also just not true.
Your administration made a lot of moves throughout the last few days.
Well, like, I'm not like defending the drug dealers, obviously, or the people trafficking drugs. Like, that's also not good. Again, it comes down to methods of doing these things that has to be very careful, especially for military operations. Like, you gotta be very careful with these things.
That Afghan national is the suspected shooter of these National Guards.
People that shouldn't be in our country.
So, you announced that
These Afghan nationals, or the people that we brought over in Operation Allies Welcome, are people that fought alongside us. Whatever you think of our involvement in those conflicts, these people were on our side. Like, they were vetted when they came in. They were vetted again under Trump's admin for an asylum claim. Sometimes things happen, right? Seems like from the reporting I've read on the AP and whatnot, seems like community members around him were concerned for his well-being. He was isolated from his family, his community, etc. Yeah, I don't know. Unless there's some extraordinary proof. Well, that's why I like Americans Republic. It gives a larger voice, like, per person. Someone in a rural area technically has a larger voice than someone in the city. What's nice about the way our, Senate Electoral College works is that it does give a fairly representative voice to those people. Something like the filibuster 2. Yeah, no, you're good. The filibuster 2 means that whichever party's in the minority has to, or a majority has to at least negotiate, in normal times at least, with the majority or minority so they can get legislation passed. I think the American system does a pretty good job representing people that aren't in large population hubs. Yeah.
Asylum.
And that includes Somalians and it includes plenty of others.
How long does your administration plan to pause asylum into the U.S.?
I think a long time.
Can you give any
We
kind
don't
of time?
want, we don't want those people. We have enough problems. We don't want those people.
Is that a year, 2 years?
Gotcha. I would take a look at our system. Take a look at the rationale for our Senate. You'd find it interesting. What are the countries that you've looked into?
No time limit.
And then
But it could be a long time.
you said that.
We don't want those people. You understand that?
I understand.
You understand that?
I understand.
Who are you with?
I'm with
Jesus.
Okay,
My name's
News Nation.
Lisa.
News Nation. Great.
Thank
Let
you.
me just say something.
Yeah, he's like, I hope you're from ABC. News Nation, I think, is one that he reposts a lot on. I might be completely off on this. I'll double check this one. I thought
We
News
don't want
Nation
those
was
people.
one he
Does
really
that make
liked.
sense? You know why we don't want them? Because many of them are no good and they shouldn't be in our country.
What do you mean by those people?
Oh no. What do you mean, those people?
People from different countries that are not friendly to us and countries that are out of control themselves. Countries like Somalia that have virtually no government, no military, no police. All they do is go around killing each other. Then they come into our country and tell us how to run our country. We don't want them.
What are you talking about?
You gotta talk up.
I guess we're in a fight for just being blatantly racist doesn't really matter anymore. Cool. It's of the million reasons a country can be in disarray. I only study other countries who have revolutionary past or present. Well, I feel like the U.S. would be a pretty decent example of a revolutionary country. We had a pretty big one like 250 years ago. If you don't mind my asking, whereabouts are you from?
She said how many countries?
Is there a list?
Well, I guess we gave you 19, right? There's probably more than that.
Is that what you mean when you mean third world countries, those 19?
No, I don't think they're all third world, but in many cases they are third world. They're not good countries. They're
Canada.
very crime-ridden countries.
We get a ton of Canadians in here. I think the viewer demographics are number one is U.S. Second, I think, is Canada. And then UK, and then Sweden. I think it's the
Countries. They're countries that don't do a good job. They're countries that don't register for the
Playing you like
success.
fleas?
And
No,
quite
it's fine.
frankly,
I like the
don't need their
Canadians. I'm upset with my country and the way they voted. So
people coming into our country telling
take
us
the
what to do.
Canadians.
And you talk about
And I'm talking about
denaturalizing.
like Somalia, where you have a congressman goes around telling everybody about our Constitution, and yet she supposedly came into our country by marrying her brother.
That's fake. That's an allegation at best.
Well, if that's true, she shouldn't be a congressman, and we should throw her the hell out of our country.
Off of that, in that same post you mentioned Tim.
Also, the president casually calling for the deportation of a sitting congresswoman. That's, again, just to remind you how far the bar has fallen. They would have been calling for Obama, Biden to resign in disgrace for that. But just never forget how far the bar has fallen. Where this is just a statement that gets glossed over.
Walls, and you called him what many Americans do find an offensive or retarded. Do you stand by that claim of calling Tim
Yeah, also that was in the news cycle for about half a day. Calling Tim Walz a, quote, seriously retarded governor. Yeah. Dude, they got mad at Obama for wearing a tan suit. They got mad at Obama for wearing a tan suit.
You have a problem with it? You know what? I think there's something wrong with it. Anybody that would do what he did, anybody that would allow those people into a state and pay billions of dollars out to Somalia. We give billions of dollars to Somalia. It's not even a country because it doesn't function like a country. It's got a name, but it doesn't function like a country. Yeah, there's something wrong with Walls.
Mr. President, you said that you might denaturalize some Americans. Is that
Yeah, from what I understand, Canada, they've taken a lot of immigrants from India, and people are really unhappy about that. I think Canada's a little late to this party that's kind of been happening all over the world. You saw it in Europe over the last I'd say over the last decade, where immigration was ramped up pretty significantly. Yeah, I'm not sure. Immigration ramped up pretty significantly. Then there was a backlash to it, so now you're getting a lot more right-wing governments in a lot of places, not just Canada. Like U.S., obviously. Germany, the U.K. is probably going to have what's it called? What's Nigel Farage's party? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm blanking on this. Reform UK, which is very far right, and really doesn't stand for much except anti-immigration. It'll come and it'll go. I would probably agree that we went too far, or were too lax with immigration for a while, but this is obviously too far, and Trump's actions don't even have the support of the American people anymore.
can you talk
You
about
mean people that are in here that shouldn't be here?
that became Americans? Are you trying
We'll
to
see.
promote
I mean,
them?
yeah, we have criminals that came into our country and they were naturalized maybe through a fight with somebody that didn't know what they were doing. If I have the power to do it, I'm not sure that I do, but if I do, I would denaturalize absolutely.
What do you mean by
Can you?
It's not. I mean, I know there's a protest right now. Right now, we're doing things the right way. It's protesting. Pretty much every election that's come up, people have voted the Republicans out of office. I think it would take, things would have to get significantly worse before most people would entertain the idea. There's also shootings. Yeah, that's not new though. People would entertain the idea of like revolting, full stop. The only like revolt or attempted revolution we had in recent history was January 6th, but
Do you have a question here?
What do you mean by reverse migration?
It means get people out that are in our country. Get them out of here. I want to get them out. We got a lot of people in our country that.
many extremists I noticed at least are open to the idea of revolting. Well, I feel like necessarily so. Yeah, like I feel like that's the definition of extremist, right? Like,
Shouldn't be here. And they came in through Biden. And he was the worst president in the history of our country. But the single biggest
well,
thing he did
what's your definition of extremist?
was allow millions of people into our country that shouldn't be here. Drug dealers, prisons were opened up and allowed to come into our country. You take a look at the people that were allowed to come into our country. We're paying a big price for it, and we will for years to come, including the recent killer of two wonderful National Guards people. And I'll tell you what, that animal should not have.
Online, maybe. Real worlds, I don't think so. I think when it starts to look like that in the general election, then you'll know. like in New York, people will vote for Zoran because New York's Overton window is already super, super far left. So someone like Zoran can win, but putting him in the general, he wouldn't even make it past the primary. The majority of Democrats are probably falling more with like the Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom era. They might be going over to AOC, which is further left than I think pretty much any other time, maybe since like FDR. But it's not burn the system down and build it from the ground up. So.
Been allowed to come into our country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Have you spoken with Andrew and his family? Can you give us an update on
I have spoken to both families. Well, I mean, I can give you an update. They're devastated. Does that make sense to you? They're devastated.
Can you give us an update on Andrew and his family?
Well, as you know, the one is no longer with us, and Andrew is fighting.
I appreciate that. We get a lot of burn the system down people, so I'm just very cautious of it.
For his life. And his parents are unbelievably great people, highly religious people, and they're praying and they want
Welcome to
everybody
Twitch.
pray for Andrew. And he has a chance to make it, but he is, his mother and father, they were so unbelievable. They were so positive. From West Virginia, great state. I spoke with Sarah's parents too, and the only thing I can say, they were devastated.
Do you plan
They
to
can't
bring
even believe it. It's gonna happen.
It's absolutely devastating to lose your children. Do you plan to bring the veterans to the White House? Do you
Yeah, I do. I've already suggested it. I said, when you're ready, 'cause that's a tough thing, come to the White House, we're going to honor Sarah. And likewise with Andrew, recover or not, we're going to honor
I do have one more question about Witkoff, because you mentioned, and this was asked previously, can you tell us what day Witkoff is going to meet with Putin? And then on that, is that...
God. Fire Pete Hegseth, fire Steve Witkoff, please. We can't be doing business deals amid peace negotiations and having them influence our attitude towards the various parties involved. It's... Go for it.
sometime next week.
Okay, you don't have it. Is it early next week, late next week?
Sometime next week.
And you...
President on healthcare because it's so important to some Canadians.
You know, one of the reasons that healthcare can work is because of what I just did with favored nations. You're going to have drug prices coming down 500, 600, 700%.
Still, why 500%? Being you're getting paid to take that. It's like, obviously, but I think this is a case where Trump said this. Caroline Leavitt doubled down on it. When he was reading a script, the percents were correct-ish, but like, are they trying to change math, just the way math works, to fit Trump's deranged vision of the... it doesn't make sense to me, man.
Because of me. In other words, we're going to have the lowest...
And how has no one checked him on this? How has a reporter not been like, hey, by the way, when you say 500, 600%, does that mean, people are going to be getting rebates? People are going to be paid to take them? Like, and you say, what are you, stupid? Like, the joke, we're not in on it, I guess.
Drug prices, tied for the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. It's called favored nations, and you don't talk about it. It's probably the biggest thing to happen in medicine in the last 100 years, and it can have a huge impact, positive impact on pricing for healthcare.
Are you any closer to Fed decision on picking a new Fed chair? Are you
You're good. No need to apologize.
any closer on that right now?
I know who I'm going to pick.
Kevin Hassan.
I'm telling you, we'll be announcing it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This is a rocky
It's
flight.
a rocky one.
We're going to get out of here before something happens. They asked about my MRI. Governor Walz, you mean the incompetent governor? So if they want to release it, it's okay with me to release it. It's perfect.
What was the reason they
It's like my phone call where I got impeached. It's absolutely perfect. So
Okay.
if you want
Wow.
to hear about it, or if you want to release it, you want to have it released.
Yes,
News Nation, failing News Nation.
No, sir, not failing.
News Nation is doing lousy, by the way. But if you want to have it released, I'll release it.
Please, can you tell us what they were looking at?
For what releasing?
No. What part of your body was the MRI looking
I
at?
have no idea. It was just an MRI.
Is it Spain?
Part of the body. It wasn't the brain because I took a cognitive test and I aced it.
Yeah, that makes it. Wait, okay, so
No. What part of your body was the MRI looking
I
at?
have no idea. It was just an MRI. What part of
now I've never had an MRI, but like, did the doctor not tell him what they were scanning for? MRIs are neat. Yeah, I think so. I mean, would he? I guess if really nobody told him, maybe he wouldn't know. But I feel like it would have to be his brain, right? Like, how many things are MRI? What can an MRI be used for? Tumors? Yeah. I mean, there's reports that he has mini strokes. That's like doctors' guesses. So I feel like it was a brain scan.
the body? It wasn't the brain because I took a cognitive test.
Oh my god, his hand is
Yeah, it was
fucked
just
up.
an MRI. What part of the body? It wasn't the brain.
Oh, it's bandaged. Okay. I thought that was like the discoloration.
Because I took a cognitive test and I aced it. I got a perfect mark, which you
The cognitive test, by the way, was a dementia test. Just by the way.
would be incapable of doing. Goodbye, everybody. You too.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, more just insulting female reporters. Classic. Why not, right? Alright, well, that was fucking disgusting, as always. Oh, this is probably gonna be disheartening. Ugh. Should we take a Christy Gnome break? that's all so shit. There's nothing. Oh man. Yeah, I guess we'll watch this.
You ready? Everybody ready? Capable physically. Bend the
All right.
wheel.
I jumped the gun.
You, a lot of great looking faces. Am I correct? Everybody's on, right? If you are, wave. If you're not, just you can leave and go have turkey. Good. I think everyone's waving. Thank you very much. And I'm honored to speak with so many incredible members of the U.S. military and to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. Before we begin, I want to express the anguish and the horror of our entire nation at the terrorist attack yesterday in our nation's capital, in which a savage monster gunned down two service members in the West Virginia National Guard who were deployed as part of the DC.
So, what do I think about President Trump? I despise this man. I think he's a good con artist. He swindled the American people, but he's the most corrupt person we've had in office. His policies are disastrous. He doesn't have any coherent plan. He's very impulsive, very easily swayed. has a very outdated view of the world, to say the least. He's not a very smart guy. Like, tariffs, he knows they're attack. He should know that they're attacks. He may very well not actually understand that. And that's also very scary. Yeah, I just think almost none of his policies are panning out well. I would probably disagree in that he's like what third positionist, like socialism, but only for a certain in group. I think he would be more in favor of better like healthcare plans. Would actually be motivated to come up with a healthcare plan rather than taking the position of, I guess, just punishing our companies for the way that the pharmaceutical market is shaken out and not really regulating it, just forcing price controls, which is looking at a broken system and then putting a band-aid on the very end of it when the real problems lie pretty much up and down the chain. But that's hard work. He doesn't want to do any hard work. That's why his foreign policy of just end the war, just end the war. I don't care how it ends, just end the war. Trying to rush these peace deals that will not hold. Like in Gaza, we're seeing bombing again. Lebanon's being bombed. There's more peace talks between some more African countries that are at war. The Russia-Ukraine stuff, like, there's no effort being put in for a just peace. We've abandoned our ally, someone who we promised we'd protect. And all these plans are just trying to basically strong-arm Ukraine into accepting a surrender, which is, it's not like a just peace. It's not a peace that'll hold. That's not, it's lazy, really. The path of least resistance all the way down.
Task Force, which has done such an incredible job. I mean, until yesterday, we literally had no incidents for many months. It was the safest place imaginable, and this is a different kind of crime. This is a really bad crime. Millions of Americans are praying for those heroes and their families, and I must unfortunately tell you that just seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023, outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. It's just happened. She was savagely attacked. She's dead. She's not with us. Incredible person. Outstanding in every single way, in every department. That's horrible. As you know, the other young man is fighting for his life. He's in very bad shape. He's fighting for his life, and hopefully
I think he's still hanging on.
we'll get better news with respect to him. And the monster that did this is also in serious condition. But we won't even talk about him. As you may know, DHS has confirmed that the suspect is an Afghan national, flown here by the previous administration, who was such a bad administration. And I have a picture of a plane. This is what it looked like when they came in.
Bro. He printed out a fucking email attack. No, it's a tweet. Wait. He folded it back so he's taking out the header of the tweet, but you can still see the likes and shit on the bottom. Oh my. Holy shit. Are you serious? a screenshot of a tweet on printer paper, and this is our evidence that Operation Allies Welcome, I think it was called, was a terrible plan. A terrible plan, and that the people from Afghanistan are all bad because they're huddled in a plane?
It was total bedlam. Do you remember that period of time? Total bedlam. People crammed onto the plane.
Oh my
And the toughest, meanest, most capable physically got on the plane. Not the people that we were looking for or that they wanted to bring in.
Well, hey, if you ever need me to clarify something, just let me know. It's not about education necessarily. I don't know. I've been working on spicing up my speech. I don't know.
And here's a picture for you. Just take a look at that plane. Standing on top of each other and sitting on top of each other. This is what we had under the Biden administration. That whole thing should have never, ever happened. They should have left from a different base. They should have left from Bagram, as you know, and it would have been a much different story. But they didn't do that, and this was just a rout, just a terrible situation. This heinous atrocity reminds us that we have no greater national security priority than ensuring that we have full control over the people that enter and remain.
Another thing, too, is, like, we don't know, the public at least doesn't know much about these people, but their deaths are going to be used as a, what do they say, like a cudgel or a catalyst, maybe, for way stricter immigration policy, which is, like, we don't know, but it, like, it's from the same crowd that'll talk about, like, after a shooting, they're like, whoa, don't make this political, and the first thing they do after something like this is make it political, because it suits their ends. It's like, it's hypocritical, obviously, but they don't care.
In our country, for the most part, we don't want them. They come in illegally. They have a lot of problems. Their countries force them in because their countries are smart. They don't want them. Let's give them to...
These were our allies. The Taliban doesn't want them. Hello? Like, these are people that have fought alongside us, by the way. Like...
the Americans to take care of. They come out of jails in many cases, mental institutions, they're gang members, they're drug dealers. We don't want them. Many of the service members on this call today are engaged in crucial aspects of that mission. And to each and every one of you, I just want to thank you so much. Incredible people. You make this sacrifice like few others understand. A lot of them don't even understand it. And you're keeping America safe and free. Our military is strong. My first term, I rebuilt our military, all aspects of our military.
Nice. At this, meeting to talk about the situation, to remember these people. We're going to throw in all the campaign rally stuff. Classy. Every single event, every time he's got a mic in front of him, he uses it to do essentially a campaign rally. It would be embarrassing for literally anybody else, but this man knows no shame.
And in Afghanistan, we actually gave up a big chunk, but relatively, as much as it seemed like it's small compared to what we bought and to what we have and to what we're buying. We're spending over $1 trillion this year on our military. We have a military, the best in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. And we have the best people in the world. So joining us this evening are 6 units deployed across our hemisphere, representing every branch of the United States Armed Forces. First, I want to thank the members of Army's legendary 101st Airborne Division. I've heard about that since I was a little boy. The Screaming Eagles.
I forget how old he was. I always feel like I'm being disingenuous or being too much of, like, a sneering liberal, but then like he goes and does something even crazier.
Pulling in from Fort Huachuca, Arizona, and you're led by Major General David Gardner, a real tough cookie and great general. I appreciate it, General Gardner. The 101st has done an outstanding job leading the task force, joint task force at our southern border. I mean, we have nobody coming in. They're not coming in. Under Biden, they were coming in by the millions. Now we have
The
nobody coming in.
billions?
We have a strong border. Nobody talks.
We went from 15 million to 20 million to 25 million to 30 million to billions.
About it anymore.
Nobody
I'm not
talks
giving
about it
credit
anymore. You
for
won't
anything,
shut up
just like
about
you guys
it.
are not giving credit for anything. We do the greatest job, but that's all right. They don't talk about the border anymore because you know why? Nobody comes in. We had 9 months now where we had nobody coming in, zero. And this is being fed. This is the people that do this they tend to be on the left. They'd love to say millions of people came in through Trump, and they actually said nobody came. Even I find that hard to believe, but they literally are saying nobody came in. And I hope people appreciate the job that you've done and the job that we've all done. But we're stopping the invasion of our country. We stopped it cold.
Can't thank you without thanking myself first, of course.
And if you remember, Biden said, I need new legislation. You didn't need legislation. I didn't get.
It's like everything is. I'm pausing so much because there's so much packed into this. Just listen to that soundbite again.
And if you remember, Biden said, I need new legislation. You didn't need legislation. I didn't get legislation. What you needed was a new president.
Okay. There are certain things that the president has discretion over for the military, but for a lot of things, for actually addressing how we go about the border, you would need legislation. You want the whole country on board with it. You don't want that to be just a single branch decision. But the way Trump does it is he goes, does a thing, the courts are like, hey, you can't do that thing. The Supreme Court, which is on his side, says, we'll wait and see. And Congress is just never consulted, because apparently fuck Congress.
So with your help, we now have the most secure border in American history. It's the single most secure border in American history. So I just want to thank you. And the 101st, I want to thank you very much. The job you've done is amazing, working with all of our great people. We also have the men and women of the U.S. Navy serving as part of the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group under Captain Christopher Farraker. And they're on board the USS Iwo Jima in the Caribbean Sea. Working right by their side are members of the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit led by Colonel Tom Trimble. Thank you very much. I think you waved to me because I can see you then. Let's see. Hey, you are handsome people. They're beautiful looking people. Thank you. Like Central Cat, I could put you in a movie right this second, and the three of you, and I think we'd have a top grossing movie. You don't have people like.
He's such a meme, you're right, but he's also the president. I feel like people forget that.
You in Hollywood. Part of the 22nd MEU is also serving in Puerto Rico, the 3rd Battalion, 6th Marines, Devil Dogs, led by Major Ross Gilchrist. Where is Major? Hello, Major. Another central. Is everybody central casting? It's like they're all handsome, tough guys. I don't know what's going on here. But the Navy Marine Corps team is currently helping to defend our country, protect our interests, and literally decimate terrorists. The job you've done is incredible. I also want to thank you for your amazing work to quickly deliver life-saving aid to Jamaica in the aftermath of the recent hurricane, which was devastating. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Major and everybody. Appreciate it. Next up are the airmen serving with one of the most feared bomber forces in the world, the U.S. Air Force's 7th Bomb Wing at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas under the auspices and leadership of Colonel Seth Spanier. Colonel, where are you, Colonel? Colonel, let's see here. You're right there. Thank you, Colonel. All of you are backbone of America, and you really are the backbone of America's air power. and in recent weeks you've been working to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers, of which there are many. Of course, there aren't too many coming in by sea anymore, if you probably noticed that, from sending their poisons into the United States, where they kill hundreds of thousands of people a year. But we're going to take care of that situation. We're already doing a lot. We've almost stopped. It's about 85% stopped by sea. You probably noticed that. People aren't wanting to be delivering by sea. And we'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land.
Okay, are we actually going to invade Venezuela, or is he going to tout a peace deal so we can add it to the wars he's ended?
Land is easier, but that's going to start very soon. We warn them, stop sending poison to our country. We also have the 18th Space Defense Squadron at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, headed by Captain Ryan Weber. Captain, where are you, Captain? Thank you very much, Captain. Great job. Every day you maintain American dominance on the high frontier. You're the guardians of one of the most important domains we have to protect, and you make us very, very proud of the job you do, Captain. Thank you. Finally, we have the great men of the Coast Guard, and I have to tell you, there are a lot of women in the Coast Guard now, too, and we're happy about that. United States Coast Guard aboard the Coast Guard cutter
It's the things that catches attention.
Forrest Rednar, with Lieutenant Commander Alexis Wild. Alexis, where are you? Hi, Alexis. Alexis Wild at the helm. And I'm told that just last month, the Forrest Rednar intercepted a boat with lots and lots of illegal aliens off the coast of California. It was loaded, and then turned them over to the Customs and Border Patrol, and they did it so professionally. The people were very, very impressed with the job you did, Commander, so thank you very much. It was a great job. And thank you for defending our maritime borders with skill and with pride, and the job you do. Amazing. So I want to thank all of you again for your amazing service to our country. God bless our warriors. God bless our heroes from West Virginia National Guard. What a group. I love West Virginia. And I want to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving. We have a country that we can be very proud of. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Yeah. Internal polling doesn't like me. I know who I'll trust. The King of Saudi Arabia.
And he said, you know, sir, last year you had a country that was a dead country. We thought it was dead. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it's true. And we're
I wonder if he ever thinks, like, it's weird that they're all saying this to me verbatim. I wonder.
going to be having close to $20 trillion invested. That's record setting by 10 times. Nobody's ever had anything like it. We're building plants. We're building factories, auto factories, AI plants, the whole thing with artificial intelligence. I don't know the word. I've never liked the word artificial. I don't know what artificials are. I think they ought to change the name. I've always said it's a lousy name to have, artificial anything, but it's a big business.
What?
And we're building more. We're leading China by a lot. We're leading everybody by a lot. We make the best military equipment in the world, and they're ordering it at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. But we're doing better than we've ever done before. We have the stock market
This is
just
more
hit for
rambly
the 48th
than
time,
usual.
an all-time high
Jesus
during the 9 months that I've
Christ.
been here, a little more than 9 months now. And so we have the hottest stock market ever. That's a big thing for 401ks and all of the millions of people with jobs and 401ks. Everybody participates in that. But it's 48 times in a little bit less than 10 months. 48 times we hit an all-time high. And I think we're going to...
Bro, these stats that they cite, it's like anyone who's ever looked at the S&P 500 graph, not soy, okay, hold on, let me get this bit ready. You're witnessing a TikTok made live. All right. Where are we?
Contested that, but it's 48 times 401k, big thing for 401ks and all of the millions of people with jobs and 401ks. Everybody participates in that. But it's 48 times in a little bit less than 10 months. 48 times we hit an all-time high.
Again, yeah, the stock market hitting an all-time high in 48 months just means the economy's not crashing. Like, actually, shouldn't it be hitting new highs pretty much every day? I mean, look, the general trend of the S&P 500, it goes up. It goes up. Like, although he's only able to cite the highs that have started here because he crashed it with his tariffs. Oh my God. I honestly, that's probably not even a good amount relative to others, right?
And I think we're going to continue because when these factories that we're building from all over the world, they're coming because of tariffs. I think because of November 5th, the election result, but because of tariffs. And we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars like we've never done before. And some of that's going to go back in the form of a sort of dividend to our people. But much of it's going to go toward reducing debt. And what it really goes for, and even better than the money we're taking in, is the fact that nobody's attacking our companies and taking them out, stealing them like they've been for many years. Because if they do that, they have to pay a tariff as they make products and sell them into our country. So we made deals with Japan. We made deals with South Korea. We made deals with the European Union, where they pay us hundreds of billions of dollars. And they participate. They're now building plants. Honda is building plants, and they're all every car company from all over the world virtually is building plants now in the United States because they don't want to pay the tariffs. So there's never been anything quite like it. It's been amazing. So we're taking in, think of it, hundreds of billions. Next year it'll be $1 trillion or more. But we're taking in all this money at the same time protecting our country, and we're respected again. They actually respect us. And they made the deals. I mean, they respect us, but they pay us, as an example, Japan, $650 billion. South Korea, $350 billion. European Union, $950 billion. And they are building plants now in the United States because they don't want to pay tariffs. So this is one of the biggest things economically that's never happened. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And over the next couple of years, I think we'll substantially be cutting, and maybe cutting out completely, but we'll be cutting income tax.
It's okay. So the tariffs thus far have raised $300 billion in revenue. How much money does the income tax raise, U.S.? $2.4 trillion, which, even with the elevated tariffs, it's not coming in at all. Come on. Okay. Let's just do Q1, 96, Q2, 267, 67. Like, it's not going to be enough to replace the income tax. It'll be a lot of money, but I don't know. It would have to double in size to even start to approach the income tax. So
could be almost completely cutting it because the money we're taking in is going to be so large. And yet other countries who have been ripping us off for many, many years, and many years they've just been ripping us to shreds. China would take in $600, $700 billion a year, rebuild their military. And now we have a fair deal with China.
Wonder if you can trade on Polymarket call you whether or not he'll say 6-7.
Just met with President Xi. We have a great relationship. We have a fair deal. We take in a lot of money in the form of tariffs. But so many, even our friends, I mean, European Union, they're our friends, Japan, They're our friends. South Korea's our friends. They're now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're also paying tariffs to come in. We're not paying tariffs to go in there, by the way. They're paying tariffs, but we're not. So that's a total reversal.
Nothing like extorting your friends, am I right, fellas?
But we are benefiting like they used to benefit against us, but we're benefiting even more. So I just want to thank everybody for making all of this possible. Without you, we don't have any defense, and boy, do we have defense. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We make, as I said, the best equipment, but we have, more importantly, we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, and you saw that with Iran, with those beautiful B-2 bombers. They totally obliterated the potential nuclear supply of Iran, and they did it in the dark of night.
Again, it's dangerous to say this because it's not true. Like, it is important to say, you could just say we remain vigilant to see if they start up anything again.
With no moon, no light, no nothing. Early in the morning, they attacked. You couldn't see some of the... And I want to thank those pilots and all bombers. They were skedaddle. They were so... The people, 7 hours. Listen, I want to thank unbelievable. And I gave them a medal. It was very good. But although we're honoring, we have Sylvester Stallone and Tom Cruise. But I will tell you that they said for 22 years, sir, our predecessor...
Still on this.
The approval to do. They said, sir, we loved it. Then some of the people I know, the job they did. Lockwood, who's a highly respected young man, to speak to you. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them. Unlike Biden, he didn't take questions. But I take...
Why? Whatever.
Take all the questions you want. You can ask me any damn question you want. And then we go and have a great Thanksgiving, because I don't know about you. You probably had your dinner already, but I didn't. And I know exactly what I'm going to have. Turkey. Okay? I believe it's turkey. So, Lieutenant Colonel, if you would, you take over. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We're going to pass it over to Major General David Gardner from the United States Army.
Happy Thanksgiving, President Trump. This is Major General Dave Gardner, the commander of the 101st Airborne Division and your Joint Task Force Southern Border.
That's right.
I appreciate you saying I was tough. Everyone cheered. I assume that means they agreed with you. We are headquartered in Arizona.
Is this part anything, or should I just skip to the questions?
Members with me today represent over 10,000 deployed along the 2,000 miles of our border from San Diego to the Gulf of America. We support Customs and Border Protection, U.S. Border Patrol, and as you said, Mr. President, illegal aliens entering our country is at a historic low thanks to our collective efforts. Thanksgiving meals. Appreciate you, President.
Like that, because you appreciate what we're all... And this is Mexico. It was called Gulf of Mexico. And they have AP, Associated Press, very badly in a lawsuit. You know, they tried to get it stopped because you saw we beat them from Mexico. I wouldn't... Gulf of America, David. The Gulf of... Isn't that great? Event taking... They're just talking this routine. It's called now the Gulf of America. So I'm actually very glad you...
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great job. Please.
Sir, before we go on, do you have any questions for the President?
Yes, Mr. President, this is Sergeant Major Anderson. I do have one question, sir.
Yes, sir.
If you were to place a wager between the Army and Navy football game, who would you put your money on, sir?
You know, David, I think you should dock him. That's a terrible question. That's how he'll get me in so much trouble. But I'll tell you what I will do. I'll be going, you know, you have one of those teams is having a spectacular year, and one of them, they're both doing well. But I'll be at the game. And I'm going to let you know right after the game who's going to win. It's going to be a good
That's emblematic of the entire Trump policy.
game. And you're going to be watching it. I'd love it. That's a place where we get a lot of cheers when we go in. You know, we won the military vote in the largest number ever gotten by a president, by far, despite the lies that they said about me. You know, they make up stories of lies. They're disgusting people. But we won the military by the biggest vote in the history of our election.
Yeah, nothing like calling members of the media, Democrats, presumably that's what he's talking about, disgusting people in front of our military. That's awesome.
So I like the military, but I like the Navy. and I like the Army a lot. And I'm going to be at the game, and I don't know if you're going to be there. You're pretty far away, but we'll be thinking about you. And I'll be thinking about that wise guy question you just asked me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, sir. With that, we're going to go over to Major Ross Gilchrist from the United States.
Okay, I'm skipping the questions.
Mr. President, you met tonight.
Thank you,
sir.
Projecting strength and lethality across the
Thank you very much. And I don't know if you know, we have more planes on order in terms of government by the previous disgrace to our nation. And I would say it was the most difficult time, and it was too big to rig. But the biggest was that they went after a lot of great Americans. I was one of them. And I would say weaponization by my opponent was a disgrace to our nation.
Again, this is in front of the senior military members, all right? Like, any other world would say, oh, he's trying to curry favor, bring the military over to his side because he's going to try something. But we're all like, well, it's just Trump.
And I would say it was the most difficult time, and we won. And now today I'm in Florida, but generally I'm in the White House, I'm in the Oval Office, so I look around and say, oh, well, couldn't have been that bad, but it was. It was a disgrace to our nation, and it should never be allowed to happen again, and it's being looked at very strongly. But it's a very interesting question. I don't know that anybody's ever asked me the question that way, but if you did, I would say it was the most difficult. My Americans, time I won, probably weapon.
President, and happy. Good evening, Mr. President, and happy Thanksgiving. I'm Senior Airman Laurent. I'm an intel analyst at the 28th Bomb Squadron. My question for you today is, what is the most memorable obstacle or hardship that you've encountered in your life, and how did this shape you to be the leader you are today?
His thing was the Democrats. Oh, my God. This is...
Wow, that's an interesting question. But I'll tell you,
especially for someone born with a silver spoon up their ass, Jesus.
Would be the weaponization of government by the previous administration. That was probably the biggest obstacle. I won by a lot. I ran a second time, I won by a lot. And I ran a third, today I'm in Florida, but generally I'm in the White House, I'm in the Oval Office, so I look around and say, oh, well, couldn't have been that bad, but it was. It was a disgrace to our nation. And it should never be allowed to happen again, and it's being looked at very strongly. But it's a very interesting question. I don't know that anybody's ever asked me the question that way. But if you did, I would say it was the weaponization and illegal weaponization that they used where our government attacked the president and the former president of the United States of America. And I was fighting for you, not just for myself. I was fighting for you. I was fighting for everyone that I'm looking, all of those incredible patriots that I'm looking at, but the millions of people that are listening right now and the hundreds of millions of people in our country, and we fought and we won, but they're bad people. So thank you. That's a great question.
In front of the military.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, with that,
Sir, one last one. If you could throw up CHOP, it's our to the Mohawks. That's our squadron motto, CHOP.
Oh, good. I love it. CHOP. See, we're not allowed to do that anymore. We're not allowed. You're not allowed to use the word Indian anymore. The only one that wants you to are the Indians, all right? I don't think you should ever change. I will never tell you to change, all right? It's great. And they're very proud of it, too, by the way. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Sir, we're going to turn it over to Captain Ryan Weber from the Space Force.
Okay. And as you know, Biden came in, he wanted to terminate.
Oh my God,
Force.
every single time I skip forward, it's about Biden. Dude, Biden is rent friggin' this guy's head. Holy shit. Oh my God. Every single question is, will Biden? Is he that insecure that Biden beat his ass in an election in 2020? Oh my God.
It was funny. He thought it was so funny. The military didn't think it was funny, and he was met with a great force. And the force said, you're not doing this. But I think it's going to go down as one of our most important, as technology goes. The things we're doing now in space are unbelievable. And I think it'll be one of the truly great things that this administration did. I did it in my last term. But we really had great people there, and we're dominating space now. We're dominating it. We were losing it to both China and Russia at the time. We had no space wars. And so we created this
NASA,
incredible group of people. They came
defunded.
together, and they created something very special. And I'm very proud of all of you for being involved. It's going to be one of the most important things I think that I've ever done. Thank you.
Ryan, before we move on to the Coast Guard, does anybody from your team have a question for the president?
The one question I would have, sir, is what do you see for the future for the Space Force? How do you expect it to grow as we build out as a branch?
I just think it's unlimited. I think it's, in terms of technology, in terms of, the others have been here for a long time. And Air Force has been, and I could have left it in the Air Force, but I really thought it should have its own identity. And it works closely with the Air Force. But you wouldn't have had your own identity, and I don't think it was working doing it that way. So we created, because of the importance, we created Space Force. And I think it's got unlimited growth potential, and maybe at a faster level than others, because they have been here. They've seeded, and they're doing great. But you're a seedling. You're just at the beginning of your powers. It's going to be unlimited future. Really, I feel that. Now, I think you agree with that. But it's going to be unlimited future. And thank you all for being involved. Very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the 18th, thank you for your support, and happy Thanksgiving.
Well, you have my support totally. And you too. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you very much.
So to round it out, we're going to go over to Lieutenant Commander Alex.
To have some trivia.
In charge of, we have 11 of them being built right now. Russia has 48. Finland and some. And they're going to be delivered very soon, actually. They're moving along very quickly. They're building them. And you'll end up with 11. But before we even start that, we're going to end up doing another 11 pretty soon. So you're going to have a lot of icebreakers pretty soon, which is very important. I assume, is that important for the Coast Guard? Because if it's not, I'll cancel the order immediately.
Very important.
Okay, good. Then I won't cancel the order. That's good. You're going to have the best icebreakers there are, so it's really great. Very important to us. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
I'm Petty Officer Riza. First question is, what is your true golf handicap, not according to fake news? And
oh, my God.
Are you and President Biden going to play that golf match?
I'd love to.
Oh, my God.
Why not? I mean, I've invited him, but he doesn't want to show up. Look, I know a lot about golf. I've won 38 club championships, and I don't get to practice much. I won one last year. I won a club championship at a big club, beating a 27-year-old kid. I said, I'm decades older than you, but I said, the fairway doesn't know how old you are as you walk up the middle, and he's in the rough. And I've been a good golfer over the years. When you win, club championships are our majors. You know that. Most people can't play in them. They won't. We're talking about no strokes or anything else.
What?
So I'm a very low handicap, and I've won 38 of them legitimately, everyone legitimately. It has to be legitimate because you have a lot of people following you during club championships, as you know. So I guess I'm very, I got to be right around scratch or better. I beat a +3. That's 3 better, 3 below par. If you look at it for those that don't know, in the finals of the club championship last year, with all I was going through, and with no practice. So I'm a good golfer. Yeah, I would have to say that. I want to be honest. I have to be honest. I played with Bryson DeChambeau on his show, the Breaking 50, and we had a good time. But a lot of people thought that was a great ratings hit, and we had a lot of fun. But golf is great. It's sort of a microcosm of life. What? And you have a lot of people talk, but they can't play, like Biden. Biden can't hit a ball 30 yards, I'm telling you. I looked at his swing. He cannot hit a ball 30 yards. He said he was a 6 handicap. He said that was the only thing that made me angry during the debate with him. He said he was a 6. I said, you're not a 6. And he said, well, I'm an 8. I said, that was quick. I picked up 2. But he's not 100. He's not 100. So, but it's a great game, and I hope you guys get to play a little bit of it. But frankly, I'm more excited about the icebreakers, if you want to know the truth. So anyway, I want to thank you all. Great job. Coast Guard, great job. We're proud of you. You're going to have the best equipment in the world, and it's coming rapidly. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for support, President.
So that concludes the presentations. If you have any closing remarks, that'll be it.
Well, I do have closing remarks. I just want to say how proud I am. You look at the people that we just dealt with. These are the top people in our country. These are just beautiful people inside and out. They're brave, they're smart, they're brilliant. And I just want to say it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be working with you. We have the strongest.
Wait, well, I thought there was press questions at the end of this. What? Yeah, okay, there was. Why did Forbes cut it
All
out?
Afghan change.
Came in unvetted. Smart, they're brilliant. Said, you're not doing anything. You're not built right now pretty soon. Yeah, made me angry. Country.
A question about this.
Hello. We can cut that then. Thank you very much. Okay. We can cut that then.
Hey, how's it going?
We can cut that. Hello.
Hello, good to see you. Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too.
A question about this tragic shooting in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that happens, too. It happens too often with these people. You see him?
With these, so, like, he's kind of right on people do kind of just go nuts sometimes. That is a thing that happens. That is true. Both the Biden admin vetted this guy, then the Trump admin vetted him again. Neither of them, presumably neither of them saw anything to, like, deny the asylum claim over. Then this happened. I don't know.
But look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other. And that's an airplane.
The White House banner covers that so conveniently. In the Forbes stream, we were able to see that underneath here is just likes and retweets and posted date. And he's folded it back so that it doesn't show that it's Twitter. It's a screenshot of a tweet.
A lot of others in this country.
Oh, yeah, there you... hold on. Trying to find a clear frame of it. Come on. Yeah, okay, that's pretty clear. You can see that's just what's displayed under a fucking tweet.
Others in this country, we're going to get them out.
Also, I'm in Discord.
But they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came into on a...
Sorry?
Brought into the U.S. and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person?
Oh my God. It's just uncalled for, really. Man, you know, Trump does this, but, you know, Obama wore a tan suit, so... Oh.
Because they came into on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're stupid.
And then these people, they're people that fought with us, fought for our interests in their home nations, like, and we vetted them. Like, I don't know. There's, like, not much else to say. Like,
person, and there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in, and they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked. There were many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them, so to speak.
Source?
Once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go, we were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision, and we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its very close relationship to China and where they make their missiles.
All this shit about what he could have done and would have done had he been president, had he yada yada yada. And people just buy it, full stop. Part of the reason the Afghanistan extraction was so, I guess, bungled is because Trump left a shit plan in place. They had to scramble to salvage. Whatever.
But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here tonight. Have you spoken with Sarah and Andrew's family?
We have a call in a little while, actually, right after this.
Do you plan to...
Well, the family is devastated, as you can imagine. But we have spoken. I mean, my people have spoken with the family. We'll be speaking tonight, tomorrow. You have to give them a little... They just found out about their daughter. You know, you can't just call 2 seconds later.
Yeah, of course.
It's a very, very tough situation.
Obviously.
She was so outstanding. I mean, I just heard outstanding in every single way.
It's in the early stages, obviously, but do you plan to attend Sarah's funeral?
I haven't thought about it yet, but it certainly is something I could conceive of. I love West Virginia. You know, I won West Virginia by one of the biggest.
Is it selfishness? Is it... Like, what is it that... Like, are you planning to attend the funeral? Are you going to go to West Virginia? Yeah, I'll go to West Virginia because I won that state by a lot. Setting, man.
Sarah's funeral.
Jesus.
I haven't thought about it yet, but it certainly is something I could conceive of. I love West Virginia. You know, I won West Virginia by one of the biggest margins of any president anywhere. And it's, you know, these are great people. I love the people of West Virginia. I love the people of our country. But I haven't given it any thought, but it sounds like something I could do, yeah. It's very raw.
Yeah, of course. The suspect does have a wife and 5 children who live in Washington. Do you plan to deport them?
The suspect has?
The suspect?
Well, we're looking at that right now. We're looking at the whole situation with family. It's a tragic situation. Yeah, Jeff?
Mr. President, are there any changes you want to make to improve safety for National Guardsmen who are being sent into these cities?
No.
Don't send them into the cities. That's not what they're there for. That's what they're supposed to be. That's the safest thing.
I want to have more. As you know, we're sending 500 more. We had very little crime in Washington now for, you know, many months. Record-setting low crime, and this happened. And I don't know how you put this on the scale of that. This is sort of different. This is a terrorism threat, and this was done because they're so effective. If they weren't effective, you probably would.
As an intimidation measure, yeah, sure, why not?
Have had this done, but this was done because the National Guard has been so effective. You know, you went from having a tremendous amount of crime and death, killing, everything else, to having none. And this happened, I assume, because it was so effective. And maybe this man was upset because he couldn't practice crime. Who knows what?
He's from Washington State. I don't know
what his motivation was, but what he did was horrible.
And you've made changes for Afghanis' ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame all Afghans for this one man's not mistake?
No, but we've had a lot of problems with Afghans because they had a lot of them coming in on these planes. Again, I show you this picture. We had a lot of...
Our foreign policy is based on tweets. Fucking mint.
Them coming in on these planes that are... Look at them. There was no checking. They just poured into the plane. And many of these...
Do you have to check them there? It's not like TSA. You can check them when you get to the U.S., man.
These people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here. And many of them have been gotten out. I mean, we've gotten out a lot of the people that, we've taken a lot of them out of here. But they came in, right? Yeah, I know, the old story. Many are wonderful, yeah, I'm sure.
I said many are here legally, though. What should they think in terms of their prospects?
Well, they can't be happy, okay? They can't be happy. Because what's taking place between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota, and we got a lot of problems with the gangs, with all of the things taking place in Minnesota. We have an incompetent governor.
First of all, okay, whatever. But that's from Somalia. These are Afghanis that fought with us.
Dope. We have a dope governor. They can't be happy about what's going on. And if you talk about the Afghans, there's a problem because so many Bedouins came in on the planes. They just walked in. Whoever the strongest people were physically in a way, but whoever the strongest, they got on the planes. There was no checking. They just swamped the planes. They took off. We had no idea who they were. Yeah, do you want to ask a question behind?
Me?
Yeah.
Hi, sir. Happy
Sure.
Thanksgiving.
Hi.
What do the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for? But they're ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before. That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country and our Constitution. And she comes from a country with practically no country. It's devastated, it's crime-ridden, it's a mess, it's a disgrace. And we took their people at a tremendous... We're not taking their people anymore. We're not taking their people. And we're getting a lot of their people out because they're nothing but trouble. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead.
How far has the bar fallen where this is like a normal thing to be saying in front of the country? That's so bizarre, man. I don't know, like a government could be not great or not running well, but that has nothing to do with the quality of the people there. What the
is being floated. Of course, you just detailed that this suspect was flown in under the Biden administration.
Yeah.
But was he granted asylum under your administration?
When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out. No matter how you want to do it, it's very hard to get them out. But we're going to be getting them all out now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
It's okay, just dodge.
Here, take that picture if you want it, press.
Mr. President, what are you most thankful for this Thanksgiving?
Nobody wants his picture. Oh, oh man, poor guy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Here, take that picture if you want it, press.
Mr. President, what are you...
Wait, we can probably see what's on the back of it, yeah? This is investigative journalism. I can't really tell. It doesn't go any higher quality. I don't know.
On it, press.
Mr. President, what are you most thankful for this Thanksgiving?
The fact that America's great again. We've made America great again. America was a dead country. We've made America great again. Here you go. Got it?
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy Thanksgiving.
I think it's emblematic that he's like, hey, here's this thing that convinced me. This should convince you, too. Christ. Alright. Let's get Christy Noam up here.
Noam, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Jesus. Jump scare,
Thank
sorry.
you, Kristen. I appreciate you inviting me on.
Thank you so much for being here at the conclusion of just a devastating week. I do want to start with the investigation into the attack on those 2 Guards members. What is the latest you can tell us about the attack, the suspect, Ramanullah Lakhanwal, and what you have learned about the motive, Madam Secretary?
Well, we know that this individual came into the country under Operation Allies Welcome and during the Biden administration and that disastrous withdrawal that we all watched unfold in 2021. He's been in this country and was in the Washington state area. We do know that we're talking to his contacts and going through information, continuing to gather that as we go forward, but we're going to use every tool at our disposal to bring him to justice and make him pay for what he has done, not just to America, but how he's devastated these families and taken the life of one of our soldiers and devastatingly injured another one that we're still praying for each and every day. My heart goes out to Andrew and Sarah's families. I can't imagine what they're going through. And President Trump is absolutely dedicated to making sure that he's bringing this individual to justice. And anyone that he would have talked to, anyone that he knows that would have known about this plan and this attack, he will absolutely bring in, and there will be consequences, and they will pay.
Yeah, and our condolences to the family.
From the reporting I've read, it seems like the guy went through periods of intense isolation and then was like manic or like functioning part of his community and then would go back to hyper isolation. Apparently he drove across the country a few times, so I don't know if that might be indicative that he had this plan for a while. I'm not sure.
Family of the Guards member who did pass. I do want to go back to this question, Madam Secretary. Do you know what the motive was at this point? Do you believe the suspect acted alone?
You know, we're still going through all of that information, and I'll let the FBI and DOJ reveal new information. But I will say we believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country. We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who...
All right, what's being communicated here?
We believe it was through connections in his home community. Radicalized since he's been here in this country. We do believe it was through connections in his home community.
Sorry, side note.
And I'll let the FBI and DOJ reveal new information. But I will say we believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country.
So if he was radicalized since he's been here in the country, that means he was fine when he was let in under the Biden admin, but when he was granted asylum under the Trump admin, after he was radicalized?
We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members, talk to them. So far, we've had some participation, but anyone who has information on this needs to know that we will be coming after you, and we will bring you to justice.
What a way to bring people forward. Yeah, whatever. Through connections in his state and his home community. I mean, if they're going after everyone that came over via Operation Allies Welcome, I guess they're laying the groundwork for, well, in these communities, extremism breeds itself, so we have to kick them all out. That might be an angle that they go for. We'll see. But they're laying the groundwork for something.
We absolutely will persecute you because we do know that we will never allow this to continue to happen in our country. Allow individuals who came to our country that were unvetted by Joe Biden, allowed to run free and loose. We are going to bring them to justice and make sure that they're returned out of this country if they aren't here for the purposes of being an American.
I want to follow up with you. I mean, you say something very notable. You say he was radicalized here. This suspect, we should note, was a member of the CIA-trained strike force. According to former intelligence and military officials, he would have undergone extensive vetting during his tenure there. And afterwards, it is worth noting Citizenship and Immigration Services, an agency which is a part of DHS, approved the suspect's asylum application in April of this year. Why did the Trump administration grant the suspect asylum.
I don't know what she's about to say.
In April, did you know then that he was moving toward radicalization?
Well, Kristen, you need to remember that when this
Joe Biden
abandonment of Afghanistan happened, the Biden administration put people on airplanes, brought them to the United States.
Why did I say I didn't know what they were going to say? Obviously, it was going to be about Biden. Am I stupid?
Without vetting them. They brought them into our country and then said they would vet them afterwards. And then at that time, to do a good job of vetting people, you need to have cooperation of that government that is from their country. You have to have a stable government that will give you information, contacts, background information, and biometrics that you may need to identify that individual, their dates of service. All of that vetting information was collected by Joe Biden's administration. That was
okay. And the guy was a CIA asset. He was deemed fine then. He was deemed fine to come into the country. Oh my God.
Used and in the process. So President Trump, thankfully, has completely changed that. We are now using all social media content. We're going after what they have been doing with their contacts, their biometric data information we are collecting. Now, when we vet individuals under this administration, we know who they are, why they are here, and going through that. Unfortunately, this individual, that entire process happened under Joe Biden's watch.
Well, but just to be very clear, I want to go back to what happened on the Trump administration's watch. He was extensively vetted in order to serve alongside U.S. service
Thank you for fucking pushing. Jesus. Can't let them just lie with impunity.
CIA trained strike force. But in terms of what happened on the Trump administration's watch, just to be very clear, what vetting did the Trump administration do before giving this suspect asylum?
Ooh.
The vetting process, Kristen, happens when the person comes into the country.
Oh my God. No vetting on the asylum claim?
And Joe Biden completely did not vet any of these individuals, did not vet this individual, waited until he got into the United States, and then that application for asylum was opened under the Joe Biden administration when he was the president.
When was it approved? It was opened in 2024. It was approved in April of 2025.
In the White House and allowed that to go forward with the information that they provided. That's the Biden administration's responsibility. This is the
God, these people. Like, you can't even admit, yes, this happened under our watch, but like, how hard would it be to say, yes, we did vet this individual, we didn't see anything. I feel like it might even play more to the policies they want with. They're like, yeah, this just shows that we can't screen for this, so we got to be harsher. But no, they can't accept blame for a single thing. It's fucking insane.
consequences of the dangerous situation he put our country in when he allowed those people to infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan. And that's why I'm so grateful we have a president now that isn't going to allow it to happen, that he now has put in place measures under his watch at the Department of Homeland Security that we are bringing in new information on vetting, new information to use, such as what do they do on Facebook? What do they do on TikTok and other social media platforms?
Is that not a part of... Let's see. I'll look it up.
And who are they talking to? Who are their conversations with? And we use their biometric data information now to track to make sure they are who they say they are and they're here for their right intentions.
And we are going to talk about some of the steps the president's taking, but I just want to be very clear about this because his asylum was approved in April of this year on the Trump administration's watch. So just to be very clear, was there a vetting process in place to approve that asylum request?
Thank you.
Yeah, the vetting process all happened under Joe Biden's administration.
So they didn't vet him.
But was he vetted when he was granted asylum? Are you saying he wasn't vetted when he was granted asylum?
Vetting is happening when they come into the country.
Also, you have to be you have to be like interviewed and checked in on every year, right? And there were so many agencies. Yeah, and we don't even know if this was related to terror or anything like that. Like we don't know anything. And biometric screening, biographic screening, database checks, and like the agencies involved, we had the DHS, the DOD, the FBI, the National Counterterrorism Center, State Department, like.
And that was completely abandoned under Joe Biden's administration. That's the irresponsibility that has completely devastated our country, Kristen, put us in such a dangerous position. I don't think people realized when Joe Biden was in the White House exactly how he was allowing our country to be infiltrated with people that we didn't know who they were. Some of them we did know were dangerous, and we went after as soon as they came into this country. But under this program, we could have up to 100,000 people that came in from Afghanistan that may be here to do us harm. And President Trump is absolutely dedicated to getting them out of our country.
Okay, we have a lot more to get to. I want to talk about how the administration is responding. President Trump on Thursday promised to, quote, permanently pause migration from all third world countries. Is the administration ending all legal immigration into the United States?
When's the last time you checked in on politics?
The president is absolutely determined to stop all processes at this point in time from third world countries.
Okay. So I'm presuming you saw the National Guards members got shot. And it's being used to block immigration from a whole host of countries. Guy came in under Operation Allies Welcome, was vetted. There were no security concerns initially. The Trump administration approved his asylum claim. And then this happens. From reporting I've read, he was isolated from his community. Like, he was isolating himself from his community. He would have periods of mania where he'd be very, like, with it, engaged with his family, engaged with his kids, and then he'd have periods where he wouldn't talk to anybody. Yeah. And I guess the question is, one, does this have anything to do with terrorism? I would lean towards probably not. And two, does this apply broadly to the entire Afghani population in the U.S.? Which absolutely not.
Until we can have a thorough opportunity to go through these individuals, know that they're here for the right intentions, and that they even should be in our country to begin with. He's putting Americans first, their safety first, and these third world countries don't have stable governments. They can't sustain them. They can't tell us who they are, and that's really the consequence of what we're seeing unfold with the violence on our streets, is because these countries that people have been traveling to our shores from for so many years under the Biden administration, their governments didn't tell us who they were. We don't have a proper vetting process. So that's one of the things I'm so grateful for, is that President Trump has been bold enough to say, you know what, we're going to stop. We're not going to allow this to continue until we have a process in place that ensures that it actually has integrity for people that will protect us and keep us safe.
Well, the Director of Citizenship and Immigration Services posted Friday that the agency, quote, has halted all asylum decisions until we can ensure that every alien is vetted and screened to the maximum degree possible. For people fleeing violence and persecution who were hoping for protection here in the United States, one of the hallmarks of this country is the United States.
The United States official policy is go fuck yourself, apparently.
Now closed to them officially?
they will be properly vetted. They will have new standards put in.
And they can't own any of their positions. They're afraid of their own shit. If you're gonna be this way, fine. But fucking own it at the very least. Well, yeah, there's another part there, too, of, well, in D.C., there's, like, I think 8 or 9 different states, different National Guards there. But, like, why is the National Guard being deployed in the first place? To basically intimidate people away from doing crimes, just to have a larger military force in our capital? Why was the National Guard there in the first place, man? Yeah, dude, it's so fucked. It's so fucked. And one thing I've been thinking about, too, is, like, a lot of Trump's plan intentionally stirs the pot, creates chaos, and all that. And then something like this happens, which we don't know anything, may have been caused or at least related to this chaos. And then they want to skirt all responsibility for, like, stirring the pot, raising people's hairs. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Place applied to them to ensure that they're here for that purpose.
When will
But
the
yes,
asylum
absolutely.
process
Nobody's
start
coming
again?
here until we're sure that they're going to be someone who truly deserves that program, deserves that opportunity. And under the last administration, that just wasn't happening. We had all kinds of people come in and use those programs for nefarious purposes, and it's going to stop.
Okay, when will the asylum process start again?
Well, it'll start when we know that we have dealt with the backlog that we have, Kristen. One of the things that
But they're pausing decisions.
nobody's talked about yet is that Joe Biden left us
Oh
with a
my
backlog
God.
of 1.5 million asylum cases. They allowed so many people to abuse that program that they didn't even process the paperwork. So people who maybe, as you would say,
To understand that it's a rolling basis, right? Oh, whatever. No,
could have credibly claimed this, they weren't even getting processed for years and years because they were allowing it to be abused in such a way. So that backlog needs to be cleared up. The individuals who are here in this country on that program need to be vetted under our standards that we're implementing under President Trump to ensure that they even should be in our country. And if they're not, removed immediately.
Will you deport people with pending asylum claims, Madam Secretary?
We will if they should be. Absolutely. Yes,
such a weak position.
Going to go through every single person
She's
that has
saying
a pending
nothing.
asylum claim, has an asylum claim here in this country. You know, one of the requirements of asylum is that you have to come in every single year for a
In federal enclaves, yeah. Enclaves, yeah.
checkup and an interview process and a revetting, and that is something that we're going to expedite and happen immediately with anyone who does have that asylum claim today, and ensure that they deserve to still be in this country, that they still have the purposes for which they claimed that asylum in place, and that they're not here being radicalized and perpetuating dangerous criminal activity against our Americans.
All right, President Trump wrote on Thursday, quote, "Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation." On Friday, DHS posted, quote, "Remigration now." As you probably know, this term has been used in different situations, but including by the far right in Europe to call for the mass deportation of
Yeah, that's what they are trying to do. They want mass deportations. They're getting pressure from some of the very few loyal groups because they're not deporting enough people. So, of course, they're going to want to ramp up the deportations.
white immigrants. How specifically does the Trump administration define remigration?
Well, President Trump has been working towards cleaning up the mess that Joe Biden left us.
Oh my God. In Trump's address, He couldn't get through a question without mentioning Biden. She can't get through a question without mentioning Biden. They have nothing other than, I don't know, disdain for Joe. What the fuck did the goat ever do to them?
Ever since he came into the White House.
But how do you define that
As you
word,
know,
Secretary
President
Noem? How do you
Biden
define
let
that word?
15. Well, first of all, we have criminal illegal aliens we've been targeting since day one. We have removed millions of people from this country already just in the few short months that President Trump has been president by making sure we're going after criminal illegal aliens that are murderers, rapists, and criminals and getting them out of our country, bringing them to justice, and then encouraging people to go home. If you're here illegally and breaking our laws, you can leave now, and you may get the opportunity to come back someday. But if you wait until we detain you, and we will deport you, and you'll never get the chance to come back to America and visit us or become a citizen. We're going to continue to do that, go after those criminals, go after those individuals that came in under programs that were broken on the Biden administration and people who were in place and leadership.
They're
in that,
obsessed. This man is
crazy
rent-free.
4 worlds we lived through, 4 years we lived through before President Trump came in. Thank God we have a president now that recognizes that letting all of these people into our country that we don't know who they are is dangerous. That we let in terrorists, we let in criminals, we let in mentally unstable people. They shouldn't be here. They're going to.
How many? Is there any data for people that have commit crimes that were let in under ally? Yeah, yeah, like our healthcare legislation, our immigration legislation is so fucking piecemeal. That's the word for it. Of the people let in under, let's see,
to leave, and President Trump is going to ensure that Americans become first and the priority, and that they're going to be safe on their streets again.
Secretary Noem, let me turn to my final topic. In a filing in federal court this week, the Justice Department said that when the administration was ordered back in March to stop sending detained migrants to a mega prison in El Salvador, you personally made the final call to continue the flights anyway. Is that correct? Do you acknowledge that?
You know, we have court filings going on and decisions that are going forward. I'll let them continue to play through that process.
U.S. citizenship is considered a privilege and one that comes with a lot of benefits. I agree. I think that some of the people that deserve that privilege and those benefits are people that fought alongside us in our conflicts abroad. This one guy doesn't change that these people fought alongside us and still had to go through a rigorous vetting process. Yeah, it seems like there's a couple crimes committed, but there's no studies on whether or not
Did you make that call?
Like, I don't know. The best the admin has is like 2 guys. So
To President Trump and his leadership and the decisions that we have made, and the decisions that are made on deportations, where flights go and when they go, are my decision at the Department of Homeland Security, and we will
if they're legal, you don't get to decide what's legal.
Leadership and the continue to, you know, we have
anyway. Is that Salvador, you personally made the final call to continue the flights anyway. Is that correct? Do you acknowledge that?
we have court filings going on and decisions that are going forward. I'll let them continue to play through that process.
But did you make that
I'm
call?
proud of President Trump and his leadership and the decisions that we have made. And the decisions that are made on deportations, where flights go and when they go, are my decision at the Department of Homeland Security. And we will continue to do the right thing and ensure that dangerous criminals are removed.
So that you're saying that it was your decision. It sounds like the judge wanted to ensure that people were given due process. He said very clearly, quote, any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to.
I disagree. Material gain, like you could be fighting because you think it's right. Like if, let's say you're fighting against Al Qaeda or the Taliban and you're like an Afghan national, you can just be fighting because you think you don't like them. That's not necessarily for the U.S. because it's the U.S., but I still wouldn't mind if they're against the Taliban or against Al Qaeda or whatever. Like mercenaries, maybe not, but
to be returned to the United States, but those people need to be returned to the United States. However that's accomplished, I leave to you. But this is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately. Did you defy the court's order, Madam Secretary?
No, Kristen, and that's one of the things that we continue to face across this country. Is
how?
Activist judges who are using radical decisions that have no standing and no grounds to try to stop.
Okay, but you don't get to decide that.
What President Trump is doing to protect America and to keep us safe. So we'll continue to do the right thing, continue to work and protect Americans.
Hello? This is just the Department of Homeland Security saying, yeah, I couldn't give less of a fuck about the law. Thank you very much. We'll continue to do whatever Trump says.
No matter what radical judge comes out and tries
Dude.
to stop us, we'll do the right thing and know that we're on the side of the law, the side of the Constitution, and the side of the American people.
Okay. Yeah. There's people that actually buy this shit, which is incredible.
All right. Secretary Noem, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
We thank you for watching. And
yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Ideologically aligned more so with us. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
remember, stay up.
All right. NBC, good job. On that was actually some pretty good pushing on questions. She uses persecute instead of prosecuting. She talks like she doesn't know what words mean. Well, predictably under NBC News, people were...
The Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem. Secretary Noem, thank you
God, every time I see your face, it's actually a jump
for
scare.
joining us. Have you learned anything about the motivations of this shooter? Why did he do this? Why did he drive across the country and carry out this brazen attack in Washington?
Well, the investigation is still ongoing, and we're allowing our partnership with the FBI and DOJ to continue to reveal all of the sources of motivation. But we do believe this individual, when they came into the country, we know he was unvetted. He was brought into the country by the Biden administration through Operation Allies.
Okay, it's the same bullshit. We'll give this like 5 minutes.
It's welcome, and then maybe vetted after that, but not done well based on what the guidelines were put forward by President Biden. And now, since he's been here, we believe he could have been radicalized in his home community and in his home state. So as we continue to talk to his family and his contacts, more details will be revealed, and we'll release those when it's appropriate. But This is something that for these individuals, when they're brought into our country, it's a dangerous situation. If you don't know who they are, if they're coming from a country that's not stable and doesn't have a government that can help you vet them, that we shouldn't allow it. And that's why I'm so grateful that President Trump has taken the action that he's taken the last few days to stop all asylum, to stop all processes that bring people into this country until we ensure that we know who these people are.
So you're saying there was no vetting outside the country? Because we had been told that there had been vetting outside the country. You're saying that there was no vetting at all by the Biden administration?
That's literally what she just said. So let's see.
If you remember during that operation when Afghanistan was abandoned, people were just put on aircraft and brought to the United States. And the administration...
Yeah, but if you rank what people care about, it goes economy, inflation, economy, healthcare, I think, and immigration's fourth or fifth. Actually, the health of democracy amongst Democrats is pretty high, so you might just want to spend your time appealing, or like, I guess, shoehorning your positions in with the coming heal democracy in 2028.
Administration said at that time that they would vet them when they got here. And so they did, but they didn't do a thorough investigation. What they did was check a few names and a few data points. But what President Trump has put in place now for vetting is biometric information, checking social media platforms, communications, contacts, matching up dates of service. That was never done under Joe Biden. He didn't do that. In fact, he brought people to this country and then just said, well, we'll vet them later.
Okay.
And that's how things like this happen.
I mean,
you remember, this
fortune.
individual's
Appreciate it.
application to be in this country started under the administration of Joe Biden. The information was gathered under the administration of Joe Biden, and the consequences of this horrific shooting
I know, that's why I'm saying you could shoehorn your views in.
and death of Sarah lays directly on the shoulders of Joe Biden and his administration.
I mean, I don't know what happened in this case. What the Biden administration has actually said is that they did vet these people in third-party countries before coming into the United States. But you just said that he was radicalized here in the United States. So is it our understanding that the issue, his intent, happened here? This was not something he came to the United States with an intent to carry out attacks like this?
Well, we know that when Joe Biden left the White House, he left us with a 1.5 million.
The question was, you're saying he was radicalized here. This is something you said. And we're just asking you for clarification on it. It shouldn't be that hard.
Case backlog in asylum claims. And individuals are required under a law and under policy to check in every single year when they have asylum in this country, and that wasn't being done. These individuals that were brought in and then vetted on information that was gathered by the Biden administration that wasn't thorough. And so now we're completely changing that since President Trump has been in the White House and since I've been at DHS. We're using biometric information. We're using those social media platforms and looking at what they're saying and doing and making sure that we have a government, when a country is sending us someone, we have a government that is stable in that country that can actually share information with us. How do we vet someone that comes from Afghanistan or Somalia or Yemen if they don't have a government that we can communicate with that will share information with us?
Well, why might they be fleeing those countries? Like, there's ways to vet people without like, especially in this case where it's allies of ours. Somalia mentioned? Oh yeah, Somalia's been all over the news. Isn't Yemen banned on the USA visa list? Probably. Yeah. All right. Yes, it is. I won't even pretend to know too much about what's going on in Yemen. Like, is it a Saudi-backed, like, official government that's fighting the Houthi-controlled government in the, like, west of the country. There's a famine there too, isn't there?
And so that is one of the prerogatives and the one.
I don't know. We we did like 3 weeks straight of Israel-Palestine stuff, and I burned out. Maybe. I also Somalia splitting or potentially splitting into Somalia and Somaliland. Isn't that also something that's going on right now?
One of the priorities that we're putting on these countries if they want to continue to send us people that want to claim asylum.
And you said that
they're not sending. Do they think the government is shipping these people off to claim asylum? Like, no, they're fleeing those governments. Oh, dude, it's so funky.
He was radicalized here in the United States. He was admitted to this country by the Biden administration. That's 100% correct, 2021. But he was granted asylum by the Trump administration in April. So did you see any red flags?
If you remember, John.
Yeah, did you see any red flags?
John, yeah, all the information that was gathered on that vetting process was gathered under the Biden administration. His asylum claim application started under the Biden administration. That information was provided by them.
And you approved it off not enough information? Like, even their claim here is absurd of saying, well, Biden didn't get enough information. Okay, you could have denied it.
Responsibility lies with them. And we need to know that and speak the truth of how this entire process happened so that we can fix it. That's what President Trump has been doing and dedicated to, is that when we look at people who deserve asylum, they have to be thoroughly vetted. They weren't under the last administration. That is complete.
And they were granted asylum under your administration.
Completely changed under President Trump.
But again, he was granted asylum in April, so President Trump had already been in office for several months. You had been in office. Are you saying there was no vetting done by the Trump administration? You were simply relying on what had been done under the Biden administration? You did no vetting before granting him asylum?
The process is...
Our news is pretty biased, but as long as you know where... Well, kind of. Our news is kind of more entertainment at this point. If you want facts and stuff, you can go to like the AP sources. They do a pretty good job. Reuters. You got to read like primary stuff. This is a lot like the interviews and stuff. This is sport. Yeah.
Were put in place using information that was gathered during the application process that happened under Joe Biden. And that has been completely fixed. And new metrics and new processes have been added under President Trump. He immediately went to work, and we put in place under USCIS the new data and new information that can be gathered, such as communicating with governments, getting information from them, and making sure that biometric information and dates of service match up. Much of the information that was gathered.
But again, then they didn't. If this guy would have failed a check, they either didn't do that or they just...
and provided by the Biden administration wasn't thorough and wasn't done. And what kind of a crazy world is it when you have a president that allows millions of people to come into this country unvetted, not knowing who they are, from countries that perpetuate terrorism upon the United States? And when we saw during Operation Allies Welcome was over close to 100,000 people that were allowed to come to the United States, that Joe Biden said, you know what, we'll vet them after they get here. We'll let them into our country, and then we'll vet them after they get here. And then
at a port of entry, which is a typical place to do vetting.
They didn't do it. They didn't do a good job, and it wasn't complete and thorough, and that's what is being fixed right now.
Again, what the Biden administration said actually is that the vetting was done before they came to the United States. But let me ask you about another subject.
Well, I think if you watch what happened unfold.
But you just said that that's
you
what
watch people pull on.
Biden said. I know, but
you watch people load onto those planes.
They didn't come from those planes directly into the United States. But let me ask you about another question.
During that period of time.
There's a Washington Post report that one of those Venezuelan boats that was attacked by a U.S. missile, alleged drug boats, that a second missile was launched because there had been 2 survivors clinging to the wreckage of the boat. I know this was obviously carried out by the defense.
War crime
Department.
Pete, everybody. War crime
Concerned
Pete.
here that may have violated the laws of war. I mean, was there an imminent threat posed by those people that were clinging to the wreckage of a boat that had already been struck?
Oh, John, that entire story is based on anonymous.
What do you think? Does Pete Hegseth get brought up on war crimes, or does this mysteriously disappear as soon as it's out of the news cycle? Like, the Senate and House are investigating it. But no, there's got to be a better nickname for Pete Hegseth. Something about executing survivors. Something that starts with a P. Put him down, Pete. That sounds too tough for his dumbass.
Sources. So we see the press and we see that rag use anonymous sources all the time to print things that aren't true, that are lies, that are completely not based in reality. So I would not put any credibility to that story, to what was said. I have full faith and trust in this president and in this government to do the right thing to keep the American people safe. And I'm so grateful at the amount of work that has been done to stop those.
Also, another thing, too, that some people are mentioning is, like, an interesting thing is who leaked this? Who wants Pete Hegseth out that bad? I mean, besides, the American people. There's someone in the Department of War or that was involved with that operation that really wants him out. Presumably.
Deadly drugs from getting into our country. Just in several offloads that we've been able to interdict and to stop and to blow up in the Caribbean Sea, it's been enough to save over 45 million people. 45 million lethal doses were completely destroyed, that people will now be safer because of the work that the Department of War and this president have done.
This is now a subject of investigation by both the House and the Senate Armed Services Committee. But let me ask you before you go, as you know, a U.S. district judge has now reopened a contempt inquiry into the decision to fly those planes of Venezuelan immigrants, alleged gang members, to El Salvador after he ordered the planes to be turned around.
Department of War still cracks you up? Yeah, I mean, we're starting wars again. They changed it just in time to invade Venezuela.
In a DOJ filing, the Department of Justice says that you were the one that made that order. So I have two questions on that. First of all, is that right? Does the buck effectively stop with you on this? Was this your responsibility? And had you known that the judge had ordered those planes to be turned around when that order was issued?
Yes, I made that decision, and that decision was under my complete authority and following the law and the Constitution and the leadership of this president who is dedicated to getting.
President doesn't decide the law, bud.
Dangerous criminal terrorists and gangs and cartels out of our country. And I'm so grateful that we get the opportunity every day to do that and to make decisions that will keep America safe.
Did you know about the judge's order when you issued your order for the planes to continue?
This is an activist judge, and I understand, we're still in litigation with this against this activist judge who's continuously tried to stop us from protecting the American people.
But thus far, it was the law when you tried to do that. Or when you did it, it was the ruling, I should say, to bring him back.
Well, we continue to win. His ridiculous claims are not in good standing with the law or the Constitution will win this one as well. And we comply with all federal orders that are lawful and by.
According to who? Not according to the judges. All federal orders that are lawful as hereby decided by the president. Only for that, it doesn't matter. And you know that it doesn't matter. Only for them to get deported all over again. Yes. Yes. But there's a principle at stake about the entire, like, the underlying fabric of our Justice Department. It is funny. It is funny, but
binding, and we will continue to do that. But I'm proud of the decisions that I've made, proud to work for this president each and every day to keep America safe.
All right, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, John.
Cruel and unusual punishment? Well, there's no... I thought that applied to, like, the sentence a judge can give. Like, but the remedy for illegally shipping someone off is to bring them back and give them their due process. So it's a hassle, but interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's odd. I don't know. All right. No way. I will decide if my punishment is cruel and unusual. Thank you very much. That's pretty funny. We need like a second try at forming our democracy because we were very, very close. We just need airtight. All right, I wanted to watch a little bit of Stephen Miller's wife crashing out on CNN.
Actually, I think part of the problem is that Trump's vision for politics is whatever Trump wants.
No,
and all of those other people, but Scott, there are isolationists in the MAGA tent. What happens to them? Do they just go away? Do they just go away?
Look, here's the deal. A lot of people tried to ascribe their own personal views to Trump, and they tried to...
That is actually true.
I guess influence him into their own personal views or make their personal views stick to him. He has actually, on the issue of Iran, shown extreme moral clarity about this for decades. He has always said they cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. In his first term, he fired cruise missiles into Syria. We took out Soleimani. Trump has never been an isolationist, and anybody walking around in 2025 who thinks that he is being willfully blind or just stupid. He has been for smart engagement.
If Trump said we're not getting involved at all, he would be here saying, you know, Trump's always said he was isolationist. I mean, what do you think no new wars meant?
He's not for adventurism, but he's been for smart engagement since he came on the national scene.
Steve Bannon said to Axios, Trump knows his movement's base better than anyone, but a lot of his base feels that he's spending too much time on Palestine and not enough on East Palestine, Ohio.
So listen, the fact is that Donald Trump doesn't have politics, and I'm tired of people ascribing a politic to Donald Trump. He has interests, and most of those interests revolve around himself. And I think people realize that Donald Trump is very transactional, and at the end of the day, the transactions that Donald Trump makes usually benefit in some way his worldview, himself, his family, his politics. That's first and foremost. And the thing that bothers me the most is that people think, for example, that MAGA, I know you mentioned Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. MAGA's like, it's Ticketmaster. It's non-transferable. If J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio think they're about to inherit the MAGA base, there's nothing about J.D. Vance. And let me put a bow on this. One more thing. Truth. Because what they don't realize is that even a part of this MAGA base, the fact that we're even mentioning Nick Fuentes, he's 4'11", he's misogynistic, and he's anti-Semitic, but yet he is somebody who has the pulse of the Republican base right now. They need to excise him.
That's absolutely
Nick
false.
does not have the pulse of the Republican base. It's what Democrats want to.
I thought they were going to go after the 4'11" comment.
say to divide the Republican base when that isn't true. But I want to go back to something really quick.
Tucker Carlson was just bowing in front of him.
Tucker Carlson hosted him on his show. He did not bow, nor did
It was such a okay.
But
you mentioned J.D. Vance, and he also did not denounce Tucker for hosting
Correct.
Nick Fuentes.
I mean, what are we talking
so
about?
what does it say that Vance didn't feel like part of what if he wants to lead the Republican Party, part of what he has to do is to.
Yeah, I'm just curious what Stephen Miller's wife says. I mean, it's CNN, it's liberal Fox.
Police the boundaries of
except for Caitlin Collins, she's great.
what's acceptable and what's not, and not say, "Hey, Tucker, unacceptable. Don't do that."
It's not up to you or myself to police speech in our country.
I mean, shouldn't it be up to J.D. Vance to say this is not part of our movement?
Are you okay? Are you okay with Nick Fuentes?
Here we go. I'm a Jew. Do you want to go there? And let's say this.
Yeah, I just asked the question. It was yes or no.
Yes, I'm okay.
Are you okay with
If
Nick
Nick
Fuentes?
Fuentes wants to be able to speak freely in our country, he has every right to do so. Do I agree with his views? Do I think that they should become
I just
mainstream in our
asked a yes or
country?
no question.
Absolutely not.
But hold on.
I really want to go back to this for 1 second.
But this isn't about whether he can speak freely. It's about whether someone like Tucker
In what way?
Carlson, who is a very powerful force in the conservative movement.
You host people on your show all the time who call my husband and myself a Nazi. So how is that any different from Tucker Carlson going on?
She is literally just like him. What the fuck? She speaks in the same up and down, like jab, 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 like manner of speaking.
Going on, Nick Fuentes having Tucker Carlson on his show.
She even has the same face as him.
He's actually
anti-Semitic. He's
a
anti-Semite.
Hitler admirer. Nick Fuentes is actually a Hitler
But he literally
admirer.
is not a good
That is
human
a
being.
different
What are we
thing.
talking
Excuse me, you have Jennifer Welch on your show very often, and you've never pushed back as she has called my health.
I mean, the laws you have for a private business or for a private institution are a lot different than the ones you have for a public one. For a public one, I would imagine it would have to be a very secular. And I can not talking about laws. Just the feeling. Then yeah, you'd probably have some progressives against private. I don't know, actually. I think this is a very nebulous example. I'm going to need more specifics before I give a solid take on it.
My husband, a white nationalist. Hold on. That is no different than Nick Fuentes going on Tucker Carlson's show. It's not, and you should admit it.
Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. How is it anything similar? It's not remotely similar at all. Nick Fuentes sits around and says that he likes Hitler. How is that
what does
similar
Katie have to do with it? What does she have to do with that? She has nothing to do with it. Literally nothing.
Scott, Katie is the person who just said to me that it is comparable to say that Nick Fuentes, who is literally a neo-Nazi, is the same as somebody, a liberal, who has an opinion who is not a neo-Nazi. They are not
a hateful opinion.
The same.
How do you want? Excuse me. Let's go back to this point one more time.
But
Nick
Katie,
Fuentes can espouse an opinion on Tucker Carlson's show.
It is not the same.
And he didn't push back the same way you didn't push back when someone called someone in my family a Nazi.
Hold on a second.
It's not different.
Hold on a second.
It's not.
If someone comes on this show and says, I love Hitler and I admire what he did, they would never, first of all, I would never invite them on the show and they would never be invited back. So those two things are not
But yet you've gone on Jennifer Welch's podcast. It's the same thing.
They are not the same thing.
What I think is so,
but Katie, but hold on, Katie.
No, we can
do you
agree to
believe that Jennifer Welch has a right to say something negative about your husband?
The same way Nick Fuentes has the right to say what he wants to say.
So you think that it's okay? Hold on. Do you think it is okay for Jennifer Welch? Is she allowed to say something negative about your husband?
Absolutely, and it's your job as a moderator then to push back.
So that's the first thing.
It's the same way you're asking Tucker.
Tucker didn't. Yeah, okay.
Nick to push back.
God, they're both using double standards on each other, and it's just hell to watch. Ugh. Okay, this is grody. I'm just quoting what a progressive once said to me. Okay, well, I don't. Okay.
But hold on, Nick Fuentes.
Is it not different?
Nick Fuentes is espousing. He's not describing someone else as a Nazi. He is saying, I admire Nazis. You don't think that's a different thing?
Do you believe my husband's a Nazi? You allow
but
someone on your show to say it.
Do you think those things are different or not?
I believe
I don't think anybody
it's the
around
same
me
equitable comparison
So listen,
for Nick Fuentes to go on Tucker Carlson show as you to have people to have on your show.
You are making a comparison of two things that are not in any way the same. I acknowledge and listen, when
It's
people
happened more than once, Abby.
But hold on.
At one point, it's a common occurrence.
When people say their opinions, I don't endorse them, but I also am not responsible for their opinions.
So doesn't that apply to Tucker Carlson?
That is different from a person.
Pretty sure you're supposed to expose stupid ideas that are widely discredited. So, yes, but there's also a point where people get flooded with, like, stupid opinions, where that's kind of all they see. Like, you see on Twitter, all this, like, white nationalist bullshit just stacks up, but it stacks and stacks and stacks to where that's all people see, so they forget that there's other opinions out there. And so it's like, it's a healthy, you have to do a healthy amount of platforming of it, and very much fighting back against it when you do have them all. Like, if you're having a controversial figure on that you know is going to espouse some crazy opinions, either push back or don't have them on. I would agree with that. But also don't, like, you don't have them on every day. I don't know.
Themselves, describing themselves as a hate monger.
Is Tucker Carlson responsible for Nick Fuentes' opinions?
But hold on a second. I am also not a Republican Party official or a Democrat Party official.
Neither is
and so
Tucker
I'm
Carlson.
asking you about you as a Republican and who you think is the leader of your party, right?
Right
and
now it's President Donald
And I'm
Trump.
asking your opinion, okay? If you think that J.D. Vance is that person, do you think that he should be sitting at a table and nodding along with Nick Fuentes, yes or no?
I don't believe J.D. Vance has ever sat and nodded along with Nick Fuentes.
Do you
and
think
that would
that-
be,
That's not the question.
Tucker
for you to say
Carlson,
he did.
do you think it is okay for J.D. Vance to think it's okay for Tucker Carlson to sit and nod along with
I think it's okay for
Nick
Tucker
Fuentes?
Carlson to have Nick Fuentes on the show, the same way you have people on your show who espouse similar views.
Hold on, that's all I asked you, and we can just leave it at that. Because at the end of the day, that is what the Republican Party has to decide. Do they care whether or not someone who has a loud voice in their party is bringing on somebody who is encouraging neo-Nazism?
Wait,
and if you
do the
think that is
Democrats not have to
okay,
decide?
wait,
Because
if
they
you think that's
harbor
okay,
all
then
sorts of
that's
anti-Semitism.
Let's go back to the murder of Charlie
Don't the Democrats have to
Let's go
decide?
back to the murder of Charlie Kirk. Should we?
So we have to leave it at that. Next for us, when it comes to the raids and confrontations.
Okay, that was a useless segment. Jesus. Holy shit. That was... Anyways, they are so yappy. I regret watching that. That was a waste of all of our time. Oh. I was gonna end the stream, but I guess we'll... When is this supposed to be? Is this at 1? So they usually start like 30 minutes beforehand. Oh, Agenda Free TV is
Second
covering
strike
it.
was launched just to kill the 2 survivors in the water, and it blew them up in the water. And if that's true,
At 1
some
p.m.
experts say that
Okay.
could be a war crime. So President Trump was
I didn't
actually-
realize this guy's been on the air for this long. He's like... yeah, no, I've seen him pop up more and more. It's actually pretty helpful for like breaking news stuff because he's able to aggregate a lot of different sources, which is pretty helpful. Let's do Worldle. Ugh. You are definitely a country, but I'm not sure which one. This isn't Bangladesh, is it? Singapore. Macau? No. Tiny island nations, or maybe not. No, not an island. It's connected to some. It's connected to land somewhere. Southeast Asia, to the right of Singapore. It could be. No, Laos is the other direction. Thinking it might be one of the like micronations. This wouldn't be 1,000 and change kilometers to the east of Singapore. Are we in like? No. Okay. Is it? I don't think it's Thailand. No, it's not Tasmania, is it? No, that's not its own country. It's not Papua New Guinea. I have no clue. Scroll through all the countries. Bhutan? Come back to that. I just know American shit. True. This isn't Utah. Not Fiji, is it? Oh, Brunei. Utah is not. I like Utah. Spain, India. Still find it funny that Yucca can afford to do healthcare programs. I don't. Yeah, I mean it's discounted insurance. I don't know what their taxes are like there. Or maybe the Mormons just donate a lot. Yeah. Hold on. Let's make this interesting. What do we think Caroline Leavitt's going to say during the press briefing today? It's one of those quiet states of the union. Yeah. All right, what will Caroline Leavitt say during the next press briefing? Biden at 92, terrorist at 90, border at 85, Russia at 83, illegal alien 77%. Thanksgiving is only at 74%. Stupid question at 11%. Do we take the huge underdog there? Hoax, maybe not. Also, notice how the Epstein shit's completely out of the news cycle already. That's fun. I feel like they could say stock market. Didn't the release document did. Pam Bondi has, I don't know how many days she has left to release it, but probably like 3 weeks left to release it. Easy money. What other games do we play? Also, this court is just as annoying as the last. What do you mean? All right. How much long? 15 minutes. Yeah. I mean, when you have Supreme Court that's kind of at odds with the underlying courts, I would imagine you kind of get some wishy-washiness. Is he frozen? What is going on here?
Of Andrew and go down to Webster County on Saturday night. It was a really
so that was a good a positive update in the sense of the governor said that Andrew Wolf, the surviving National Guard member, was asked to give a thumbs up, and he responded saying, "Could you hear?" And I don't know if he gave a thumbs up, but he did respond, and he also wiggled his toes.
Okay,
so,
that's good news.
You know,
that's very good news.
Hopefully he can continue recovering. And so we're waiting for this press briefing to begin, but I want to catch up here.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but also, I don't mind courts working. I don't want to say, well, I guess independently, because, like, I want my judges and justices ruling the way they think is the most adherent to the law, regardless of most adherent to the law and precedent. Even if the Supreme Court is saying it goes off the rails and you make shit up. Yeah, I would imagine. Lawmakers from both parties said Sunday they support congressional reviews of U.S. military strikes against vessels suspected of smuggling drugs in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific Ocean, citing a report that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth issued a verbal order for all crew members to be killed as part of a September 2nd attack. The lawmakers said that they did not know whether last week's Washington Post report was true, and some Republicans were skeptical, but they said attacking survivors of an initial missile strike poses serious legal concerns. This rises to the level of a war crime if it's true, said Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat from Virginia. Representative Mike Turner, Republican from Ohio, when asked about a follow-up strike aimed at people no longer able to fight, said Congress does not have information on what happened. He noted that leaders of the Armed Services Committee in both the House and Senate have opened investigations. Obviously, if that occurred, it would be very serious, and I agree it would be an illegal act. Much softer position, but still, nonetheless, the right one. Yeah, Trump said he spoke with Maduro. Rubio calls their own talks productive. Like, no shit. Man. Oh, we got a Christmas theme today. Wait, didn't we already do this level? I feel like this is just a repeat of another one. That's not a good angle, is it? Give it a shot, why not? Oh, alright, well. Oh, well, shoot. Oh. All right, so putting that in plain English. What? Wait, is this in the same decision that they said these? So wait, which one came first? Oh my god, dude, this... Yeah, okay. So then, I guess the follow-up question would be, why didn't they look at the preceding ruling before making the second decision then? Is there a cited reason for not, or were they just like, eh? Okay. Let's see. Come on. Oh, man. used that in the first 8 amendments to the states, but the court said no because they reused language from a clause preceding the Bill of Rights. Couldn't be used. Oh. I see. Okay. It's funny how, like, properly they tried to do all these things, and now we're just like, you know what? Fuck that. Here's an executive order. I gotcha. Wild shit. That's what we get for copying the English law system. All right, 6 minutes. My God. Well, you can take it up with the Continental Congress, I guess. Sure. Well, if you ever run for office, you can petition to rename it. Oh, come on. What? Yeah. I would agree that sounds cooler than Congress, but like... yeah, I guess full stop. Oh. Things are getting started. I mean, a lot of people in Congress are like lawyers and stuff. I think a lot of them do know the laws. I don't know how many of them have read like the founders, like Articles of Confederation and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. It should be required reading. I think we talked about this already. Indiana here. Trump is the man. You would probably get stopped just by the way things go. What the fuck? Okay, I guess call sheet takes up way too much fucking RAM. First Forbes seat. I think Fox actually has the best seat in the House. Alright, where is she? I can't believe they actually stuck the AP in the back, man. Or I don't know if that's intentional or not. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you get reelected, but... Okay, I cannot decide on what to watch. Sorry. Alright, where is she? Maybe. Or they would just call it illegal and continue building on the system. I would imagine they would just shut it down, like, yeah. I mean, they're already the most unpopular they've ever been, so maybe they just sink the final bits of their reputation and call it a day. As a lone representative, you would do that?
as you guys mentioned, we are likely to hear something about that horrific shooting of those U.S. service members.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with the framework that most of Congress is corrupt.
Very likely to come up in the briefing today. The president said on Thanksgiving that it was likely the U.S. would soon begin targeting these narco-terrorists, as they describe them, on land, with land strikes. But the administration's policy has also been under scrutiny after the Washington Post reported that the War Secretary, Pete Hegseth, ordered a second strike on that September 2nd strike on the boat and ordered those people to kill everyone. The president told reporters that he believes Hegseth denied issuing that order to kill everyone, but congressional Republicans have pledged a new round of aggressive oversight.
This is just some reporter shooting their like framing shot or whatever, I guess. Interesting.
Yeah, more so. In Ukrainian, the chief expected to be in the order by the end of 5 years. We are having as well as Sunday officials around 4 o'clock regarding Venezuela. Close of people are expected to go. Had phone call a short while ago.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the system is built on the trust that we just wouldn't do that.
And tonight he is really ramping up pressure on that, not only with those that strike that they've been carrying out over the last several months, but also discussion with the president himself to say very soon and potentially have it on land. And so also comes forth as for a lot of the president carry out all those issues, maybe by Hegseth or what we're hearing in our reporting, to order them key questions that will be asked in the briefing. But the second strike on that was the vote off the coast of Venezuela back in September. A lot of questions over why it was ordered. We hear bipartisan pushback on Capitol Hill, and we want to look into it. So those are going to be some of the key questions as well. Probably I'm sure we'll address later in that meeting. But also,
I got you.
that is expected to kick off shortly. And all of this comes as we know that dozens of warships as well as
Okay, where is she? She's late again.
ahead of what the president said to end strikes very soon. So a lot of questions over that. Of course, I would remind you as well that one thing we still need answers on is what exactly was discussed in that phone call between the president and Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The president confirmed that call happened, but we have not yet gotten details.
Sure, but we've spent a while removing those thorns, so imagine it's a lot easier now.
In the Oval Office. Yes. I love you for it. Really sorry. Sorry.
Come on. Just sitting here waiting. When is the... Is it Tennessee that's having a election? Nope, everyone's sitting down. Interesting.
Yeah. I had to, Steve and I were here yesterday just to get tomorrow, but we figured, yeah, he did it. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Man, there's a lot of stock being put into this Tennessee election. Holy shit. I mean, it's usually a Republican plus 22 district. It'd be insane if a Democrat won this. So that'll be tomorrow, actually. Emerson polling, how do they usually sway? That's very close. Oh my god. I hear you. I hear you.
Which makes sense, yeah. It also wouldn't say. Yeah, so we're trying. Yeah, I mean, there's only 9
Damn, even in a plus 22 Republican district, Trump is at a 47% approval rating. Jeez. So then what do you do to work within the system, assuming only incremental change?
Maybe we could get an additional.
Here she is. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Bro, okay, are we getting this press briefing or not?
Oh, you like it? It's like
The fuck? What does... Yeah, this chat does look suspicious. What the hell does this even say? fight. Weird. I have never played with this person in my life. Nor am I Russian.
Unfortunately, I think my turn on for a while now.
Gotcha. So you could stop the bleeding, essentially. Makes sense. Well, man, get your law degree. Become a Supreme Court justice. Or become a congressman. Where the fuck is she? She's 15 minutes late. You should be able to place bets on how late she's gonna be. Holy shit. Then become a policymaker, maybe. I don't know. Oh my god. It's usually around 5 to 10 minutes, right? Try explaining it to a Republican right now, especially. Like... That's even less fruitful. Well, I appreciate that's at least ahead. There is a slow, and I mean slowly growing movement of young liberals who are actually interested in the ideas of liberalism and are willing to actually read the founding documents of this country. Just to understand what they were meant to do. It's very slow moving, but I'm seeing it. There may yet be hope. You're killing me, Caroline. Where the hell are you? What's that? It is supposed to be a 1, right? Wait, let me just see something. Not due date. That's not what I'm... Okay, Polymarket does not have how late she will be.
Floating down a river, like reporters and yeah. For the record.
I just wouldn't give up hope. Like, otherwise, if you really are a doomer, then just don't pay attention to politics. Because then you're just poisoning your brain over and over again. Oh my God. Where is she? Probably. I don't know. Oh my God, I am actually... Damn, Polymarket only has Russia-Ukraine ceasefire at only a 9% chance? Damn. Oh, people really don't think that Maduro's going to be out by the end of this year. That's only at 19%. And March 31st, 2026 is only at 40%. That is really interesting. It does look like Kevin Hassett's going to be the next Fed chair, most likely. Haig said, well, hey, we had a good run. We made it this far. We'll just have to build it back stronger next time. I agree. I agree. Oh my god, where is she? Dude, this is insane. Be more of an oversight and check on lazy states. I don't think people would like how that panned out, especially when you look at like donor states versus recipient states. You're going to get accused of a lot of bias because Democrat states tend to be more net contributors to the federal system as opposed to Republican states. I don't know. Maybe people will get over the whole bias idea. No free rides? Oh boy. That's a popular one. I don't know. I think some federal aid, having the whole country buy into like disaster relief, I think that's fine. Yo, this is insane. Well, it's not like every state gets a set amount of federal or like disaster relief. It's just when a disaster happens. And disaster-prone states should probably pay more into it. Just like an insurance.
This one's a little skewed.
All right, 2 minutes. Okay, I guess it was at 1:30, not 1. My bad.
This one's not square. Yeah. There you go.
The press briefing room is pretty tiny.
What?
Yeah, I mean, broadly that's kind of what we have, though. Well, okay, you can't... If states are relying on FEMA and there's no indication that they're not going to get disaster relief funding, holding that hostage as a political tool is insane. It doesn't make it any less insane. I'm talking about disaster relief funding that you are expected to pay should not be withheld for political gain. This intern's getting fired. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, you should probably have money be earmarked so it's less fungible. He's fired. Gen Z can't HDMI. He's gonna get arrested after this. That's the Doge IT for you. I mean, the federal government should, yeah, I agree, take care of the nation's economy, provide disaster relief where it's needed. But yeah, states should focus on their own economies. I would agree with that. Who's giggling up a storm in the front here?
Good afternoon,
Hey,
everybody.
here we go.
I apologize for my tardiness. We had some technical difficulties, as you could see, but I think we are ready to rock. So let's get to it.
Oh,
I'll
God,
begin
that
this
poor
week
kid.
with some scheduling announcements for President Trump's very busy week ahead. Tomorrow, President Trump will host his 9th cabinet meeting of the year alongside his incredible cabinet, who continue to deliver for the American people at a record pace. Later in the afternoon tomorrow, the president will make an announcement in the Oval Office on his initiative to create Trump accounts to give the next generation of Americans a jump start on savings. It will be a very exciting announcement indeed, especially for all of the parents across the country with young children and babies. On Thursday,
I don't like the
President
name,
Trump will host
obviously,
the
but-
presidents of the Republic of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo to sign the historic peace and economic agreement that he brokered. On
Wait, didn't we
Thursday
already
night,
do
the
this?
president and the
Okay.
first lady will celebrate one of America's greatest traditions, the lighting of the national Christmas tree on the Ellipse. And on Friday, President Trump will attend the FIFA World Cup final draw at the Kennedy Center. You all will be seeing and hearing from the president every day this week. So you have me today, and then he will take on the rest of the week himself. Next, I would like to address the horrific tragedy that took place in our nation's capital that last week. A foreign terrorist that the Biden administration failed to properly vet ambushed 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard who were honorably serving here to keep the residents and visitors of Washington, D.C. safe. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf was severely wounded in the attack and remains hospitalized while he continues to fight for his life. Tragically, U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died of her wounds. She was just 20 years old. President Trump and the entire White House are praying for Andrew's full recovery at the request of his parents and their personal phone call with the president over the weekend. And we are keeping Sarah's family and friends in our prayers during this unimaginably difficult time. Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. 2 young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than this.
Man, they
to lay
really are
down
leaning
one's
into
life
this
for one's
evangelical arc.
Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice. That means ensuring the monster responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and faces the most severe punishment possible. It also means reckoning with why this atrocity was allowed to happen in the first place, so that it may never occur again. Here are the facts. The terrorist who gunned down American soldiers blocks away from the White House in an ambush was an Afghan national who was flown into our country by Joe Biden's administration in September 2021 in the chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. One of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country.
Trump set it all up, and then Biden had to finish it.
Haunt this country and our men and women in uniform. Not only did this surrender lead to a suicide bombing that killed 13 American heroes in Kabul, but now National Guard troops were shot on U.S. soil by the same kind of enemy. We continue to live with the deadly consequences of Joe Biden's horrific leadership. Nearly 100,000 Afghans were recklessly released into the United States with little to no vetting. There was no regard for the disorder and violence that this would unleash on American communities and American culture. Reportedly, thousands of these strangers and unknown individuals were flagged to the Biden administration for national security, public safety, and fraud concerns. But the terrifying
There were
truth is that the
50
Afghanistan
cases
debacle
that
is just
were
a small part of
flagged.
Democrats' complete and total betrayal of the American people during the Biden years. The tragedy that we just witnessed the day before Thanksgiving is a reminder that untold thousands of terrorists, gang members, and criminals were invited into our country and remain here to this very day. The border is now secure, thanks to President Trump, but the threat in our interior remains real and urgent. These public safety threats are already inside our land, and President Trump was elected on a promise to find and remove them, and he has already taken significant steps and made significant progress towards
leaning pretty
fulfilling his
heavily
promise.
into the
But there is more work to be
enemies,
done because President
domestic
Trump believes that
enemies
he has a sacred
angle
obligation
now.
to reverse the calamity of mass, unchecked migration into our country. As a result, the Trump administration is now actively re-examining all of the Afghans imported into the country by Joe Biden.
Imported?
Any individual
Dude.
who threatens our national security or
Did we
our
forget what this
citizenry
program
will be
was?
subject to removal. President Trump has already permanently paused migration of foreign nationals from third world countries that pose a very high risk to the United States. For too long, past American presidents supported self-destructive immigration policies that allowed foreigners who outright hate our country and have no
This
interest
program
in
was for
assimilating
people that fought
into our
alongside
culture.
us.
They've allowed these individuals to flood peaceful American
At
communities.
the very least, they
This
shared our
disastrous
interest
approach has
in
drained our welfare
Afghanistan.
program, driven up the cost of housing, suppressed wages, and jeopardized the safety of law-abiding American citizens. In fact, according to a new bombshell report from the New York Times, Somalian migrants in Minnesota have defrauded nearly $1 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits under Democrat Governor Walz's leadership. President Trump is putting an end to this dangerous America Last approach. His position is rooted in common sense. In the wake of last week's atrocity, it is more
Well, it's
important than
asylum.
ever to finish carrying out
Yes,
the president's mass
that's the
deportation
program. That's all the
operation.
program. It's
America
a temporary
cannot
protected
allow millions
status.
upon millions of unvetted,
They're not
illegal
guaranteed a
aliens
green
to be
card.
rewarded with amnesty after they broke our nation's laws to come here. They must go back to their home countries. It is also essential to immediately address the massive fraud and corruption that has been going on for decades in other aspects of our immigration system, most notably when it comes to asylum claims. Millions of people who have come here under false pretenses are told blatant lies now enjoy temporary legal status. President Trump is ending this scam as well. And I would point out that the Democrats have tried to block this administration from doing so
To do
at
what?
every
Work here?
turn with lawsuit after lawsuit. The hard truth is that even when it comes to our legal immigration system, past presidents have
immigrants are
failed to ensure that all
net
prospective
taxpayers.
citizens love America, will add value and contribute to our communities, and will assimilate into our culture. Leaders have a duty to defend and advance the interests of their own people, not foreign nationals. Leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. That is why President Trump is more committed than ever to fully restoring American sovereignty by keeping our borders secure, removing all illegal alien invaders, and
Wink me.
rebuilding a legal immigration system that makes sense and benefits our country. President Trump has no higher responsibility than to defend our homeland and our people, and he will never waver in doing so. With that, I will open it up to questions, and we'll lead today with Isabel Brown, who is in our new media seat.
Well, if it's
She's a very popular face on
2023, wasn't
television
everything
these
still
days.
shut
She's built a
down?
great independent media podcast and platform with the Daily Wire, and I appreciate your being here, Isabel. Thank you for being
Caroline,
here.
appreciate it and appreciate the briefing.
Or when there was
Many
a
Americans, in
huge
light of these recent events
influx.
that
I
you
can't
just
remember if that's
mentioned,
when
are
things were
starting to
opening
say that
back
we are
up.
being invaded as a country, culturally and logistically when it comes to immigration. And we know that immigration without assimilation is indeed invasion. So given the recent remarks from Vice President Vance on a college campus about dramatically reducing legal immigration to address some of this crisis, and President Trump's Truth Social post last week about individuals who may be non-compatible with Western civilization, are there any conversations happening or plans being made behind the scenes for the administration to implement at least a temporary immigration moratorium, for example, in light of what the American people might be calling for?
So, Isabel, it's a great question, and I think I spoke a little bit to the heart of your
The
question
American
in
people
my
don't want
opener
an
there.
immigration
I would add that the
moratorium.
Trump
Who the
administration
fuck is
has
calling
done
for
more
that?
to limit migration, both illegal and legal, than any administration in history. And I'll just walk you through some of the actions that we have taken thus far. Number one, the Trump administration issued a travel ban for 19 countries, including Afghanistan, special immigrant visas, which is a legal pathway to get here, which we know many Afghans have utilized to come into the country, have now been paused since the tragic shooting last week. Refugee admissions were suspended for Afghans from this administration on day one, and refugee admissions into the country right now are essentially at zero, with the exception of Afrikaners fleeing persecution in South Africa. The State Department has also heightened their scrutiny and vetting of all visas and have revoked visas, as you know, for those who do not align with our country's national interests. The Secretary of State has the right to do that, and we've taken unprecedented action to do just that. We are also now pausing all asylum adjudications for additional vetting as well. And so additional actions I don't have to read out for you today, but I would just remark that the president has made tremendous progress.
Yeah, I'm talking
on this
about
front,
legal.
and it's why
Legal,
it's
not illegal.
so crucial that we not only secure the borders, which the president did in record time. We have zero illegal aliens entering into the country month after month, but we also are taking a look at those who are already in the interior of our country and removing them if they are here illegally, and also taking a look at these visas. Again, having a visa in the United States is not a right, it is a privilege. And the Secretary of State, if you are deemed contrary to our country's foreign national interests, has the right to revoke that privilege. Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, excuse me, regarding Venezuela, the president said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, the reported second strike on an alleged drug vote on September 2nd. The secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Gabe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist
order the
organizations.
second strike.
The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was well within his authority to do so.
Oh,
separate question.
All right.
The president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker. And yesterday on Air Force One, the president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro of?
You're cherry picking the president's statement a little bit yesterday.
Oh my
As he also said yesterday, the people of Honduras have highlighted to him how the former president Hernandez was set up. This was a clear Biden over prosecution. He was the president of this country. He was in the opposition party. He was opposed to the values of the previous administration, and they charged him because he was president of Honduras. There were some other egregious facts that came out during this trial, and I would encourage you to report on them. His court-appointed lawyer was only given 3 weeks to prepare for trial. He shared that his conviction was lawfare by the leftist party, who, quote, struck a deal with the Biden-Harris administration. Hernandez has highlighted there was virtually no independent evidence presented, and many of his conviction was based on testimony from many admitted criminals who hoped that cooperating would reduce their own penalties. So the president heard the concerns from many people, as he does, and he's, of course, within his constitutional authority to sign clemency for whomever he deems worthy of that. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Following up on Gabe's question, you said that the follow-up strike was lawful. What law is it that allows no survivors?
The strike conducted on September 2nd was conducted in self-defense to protect Americans in vital United States interests.
What about the
strike
second
was conducted
strike?
in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
On this pardon for the Honduran president, does it at all?
You're gonna let that
the
slide?
administration's messaging while you have these congressional Republicans defending the strikes on the narco terrorists, and then a pardon for a convicted drug trafficker? Does that make it more difficult for your members to defend your administration's policy?
I don't think so, Jackie. I think that President Trump has been quite clear in his defense of the United States homeland to stop these illegal narcotics from coming to our borders, whether that's by land or by sea. And he's also made it quite clear that he wants to correct the wrongs of the weaponized Justice Department under the previous administration. And Ouija, I'll call on you because I think we're wearing matching blazers today.
I was going to
Great minds.
yours. Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
So just to be clear, to clarify on Jackie and Gabe.
Well, you're supposed to rescue them and try them.
That second strike.
That's what
because
it's
there were
the
still
safe harbor or
survivors
whatever.
After the initial strike.
Again, as I read for you, Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law. He directed the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat of narco terrorists to the United States was completely eliminated.
So was the initial order from Secretary Hegseth, everyone be killed, and did that come from President Trump?
I saw that quoted in a Washington Post story. I would reject that the Secretary of War ever said that. However, the president has made it quite clear that if narco-terrorists, again, are trafficking illegal drugs towards the United States, he has the authority to kill them. And that's what this administration is doing. Danny?
Follow up on the MRI, because President Trump yesterday said that he would release the results of his MRI. Is that happening right now?
It is happening right now.
I do not believe so.
And this is a summary from the president's physician, and we will release it right now. I think my team has it teed up for all of you. I'll read it for you, and then you'll get
They were
it
off of
physically as
Trinidad
well.
and Tobago,
As
I
part of
think.
President Trump's comprehensive executive physical, advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a
Well,
thorough
international
evaluation
law
of
would apply there.
cardiovascular and abdominal health. The
Let's
purpose
still
of this
work on it.
imaging is preventative, to identify any issues early, confirm overall health, and ensure the president maintains long-term vitality and function. President Trump's cardiovascular imaging was perfectly normal. No evidence of arterial narrowing impairing blood flow or abnormalities in the heart or major vessels. The heart chambers are normal in size, the vessel walls appear smooth and healthy, and there are no signs of inflammation or clotting. Overall, his cardiovascular system shows excellent health. His abdominal imaging is also perfectly normal. All major organs appear very healthy and well perfused. Everything evaluated is functioning within normal limits with no acute or chronic concerns. In summary, this level of detailed assessment is standard for an executive physical at President Trump's age and confirms that he remains in excellent overall health. Again, we will provide that to you. I think that's quite a bit of detail, and in the effort of transparency, the president promised it last night, and we have delivered today. So there you go.
No, we asked for the paper, not your reading of the paper.
Is going to be hosting a meeting of his
national security team in the Oval Office today on Venezuela. And what are they going to discuss? Are they hoping to reach a kind of final decision on that?
Out of the effort of transparency, I will confirm that the president will be meeting with
I
his national
uninstalled
security
that
team
game.
on this subject and on many matters. He meets with his national security team quite often. He's the commander-in-chief. It's part of his responsibility to ensure that peace is ongoing throughout the world. I'm definitely not going to detail the specifics of a meeting between the president and his national security team
We know
that's
you're
taking place
not.
in the Oval Office, but I'm happy to confirm that meeting is taking place for you.
Can you tell us, what's the position on whether U.S. troops on the ground is a possibility there? Is that, I know you've answered that before, but what's the current operative
In
status?
Venezuela? I think my previous answer stands. There's many options at the president's disposal that are on the table, and I'll let him speak on those. Ed.
The U.S. announced a trade framework deal with the United Kingdom on pharmaceuticals, where they will pay 25% more, and the savings theoretically will go back to American consumers. What guarantees are in that savings will in fact go back to the American consumer and not be sucked up by the company?
I'm going to be honest with you, Ed. I'll get you the answer to that question after the briefing.
So the American Rescue Plan,
Sure.
funded a number of universal income.
Kush will get you that answer, right, Kush? My trade guy over here.
The American Rescue Plan funded a number of universal basic income programs. Now Cook County, Illinois is extending that program into 2026 with $7.5 million of taxpayer money. What does the White House think about that?
I'll also get you an answer on that after the briefing. Ed.
Two for two.
Too much, dude.
Go ahead. Sure.
And then in the
You
interest
gotta
of
be
transparency, does the White House
short and
support
pithy with this
releasing
admin.
the Department of Defense's video of those September 2nd strikes on those military boats? And also, separate topic on presidential pardon power. Why did the president commute the sentence of David Gentile recently? He was a private equity executive. He served 12 days out of a 7-year sentence. Prosecutors said he defrauded $1.6 billion with thousands of victims, including veterans, farmers, teachers. Why was he pardoned?
To your first question, that's definitely not a decision for me to make. I would defer you to the Department of War. It's also probably a decision for the president himself to make. As for your second question with respect to that pardon, he issued a commutation for Mr. Gentile, who's the former CEO and co-founder of GBP Capital Holdings. Unlike similar companies, GBP paid regular annualized distributions to its investors. In 2015, GBP disclosed to investors the possibility of using investor capital to pay some of these distributions rather than funding them from current operations. Even though this was disclosed to investors, the Biden Department of Justice claimed it was a Ponzi scheme. This claim was profoundly undercut by the fact that GBP had explicitly told investors what would happen. At trial, the government was unable to tie any supposedly fraudulent representation
Wait, is it
to
still
Mr. Gentile. In short, again,
does
this
it make
is
it
another
not a
example that
Ponzi
has been
scheme
brought
if
to
you
the
tell
president's
people it's a
attention
Ponzi
of the
scheme?
weaponization of justice from the previous administration, and therefore he signed this commutation.
Isn't that definitionally a Ponzi scheme, using invested
I
funds
just read you a very detailed summary of
to
why the
pay out
commutation was made.
returns?
Sure. In the middle with the red tie.
Thank you, Caroline.
Okay, Andrew, go ahead, and then you.
In wake of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor
Go ahead
Greene's early resignation, reports last week indicated that other House Republicans might consider doing the same. Does the president have any concerns in light of those reports about other House Republicans potentially leaving early, as well as the other announced retirements that we saw in the last couple of days?
Look, I think the president maintains very good relationships with the vast majority, maybe with the exception of one or two. I think many in this room know who I'm referring to. Very good relationships with members of Capitol Hill within the Republican Party. And the president clearly is the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party. I think it was a recent CNN poll that actually showed that more than 90% of Republicans continue to support President Trump as the leader. So he maintains very good relations, as does his entire team here at the White
Support
House.
President Trump as
And
leader,
of
or
course, we have a
view
very
him
slim
as the
margin in the
leader?
House, and the president wants that to continue. Andrew, go ahead. Sure.
First on the Venezuela strike, you said that second strike was in full accordance with the law of armed conflict, but the Navy's own manual of law of war says that specifically firing on survivors from a wrecked vessel is an example of a war crime that's forbidden under U.S. law and the law of armed conflict.
Uh-oh.
So how was that second strike in following law of armed conflict, and then second on immigration.
Again, Andrew, I would reiterate to you the strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict. And since somebody asked about Congress, and it's sort of related to Venezuela, I also want to add that Secretary Hegseth spoke with members of Congress who may have expressed some concerns over the weekend. And there have also been 13 bipartisan briefings to Congress on the Venezuelan strikes. There have been a number of document reviews for members of Congress to review the classified
Doesn't mean
DOJ,
dick
Office
if
of
you
Legal
didn't tell
Counsel
them
opinion,
like
and other related
specifics.
documents.
No.
29 senators and 92 representatives have reviewed those documents, which is about 2/3 of those are Democrat members, and they have been made available to all 100 senators, all 435 members of the House, and to general counsels of the relevant committees on a bipartisan basis for their review.
On immigration, during your topper, you said, and I quote, leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. Can you explain what you mean by our nation's national identity and integrity and character, and how would refugees, people coming from war-torn places who are seeking a safe haven in America, like many of our forebears in this room, not add to our nation's integrity and character of our national identity?
I'll tell you what does not add to our nation's character and integrity is refugees who come here under the alleged plight of asylum and fleeing persecution, and then come to the United States to abuse our system and rip off American taxpayers. And as I pointed out, the New York Times, to their credit, it was about 6 months too late, but they did write about how Somali immigrants in Minnesota have been ripping off American taxpayers. In fact, 86 people have been charged in a rampant and widespread fraud scheme spanning multiple programs in Minnesota. Of those 86, 78 of those people are Somali, 91% of them charged. So far, 59 of those people have been convicted for their roles in fraud plots that have stolen $1 billion from taxpayers. In one scheme, and this is egregious, a nonprofit and its affiliates with these Somali migrants claim to have fed tens of thousands of American children during the pandemic.
All right, so 59 people out of like 70 to 80,000.
They were reimbursed for those meals by taxpayers. However, federal prosecutors found that almost all of those meals were never even delivered to hungry children. In fact, those organizations' leaders spent the money on houses, luxury cars, and real estate in Turkey and Kenya. Another scheme involved hundreds of organizations who were reimbursed for services that were supposed to help people at risk of homelessness. Once again, those services were never provided. All of this has happened under Democrat leadership in a Democrat-run state, where these refugees, these migrants are coming to the United States. They are abusing our system. They are draining our resources that should be going to law-abiding, taxpayer-funded, tax-paying Americans. And this president is not going to put up with it anymore. Rachel.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to follow back up on the Washington Post reporting, so much of the concern from Democrats and Republicans is focused on the survivors. Why won't the administration either confirm or deny or reveal whether or not there were survivors after that initial first strike? And what imminent threat would two survivors pose who were clinging presumably to the wreckage of that boat?
Again, as I said, I think you guys are sort of not listening fully to the statement I've provided. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law.
That doesn't
directing
say
the engagement
anything.
To ensure the boat was totally destroyed and the threat to the narco-terrorists, to the United States, was eliminated. And for any further questions about his thinking, I would defer you to the Department of War. I obviously wasn't in the room for these.
Just to follow up, Caroline, just on the administration's policy when it comes to survivors, was there a change in policy after this strike on September 2nd? The Washington Post is reporting that these two survivors were killed after a second strike, but then in October, two people were rescued and returned to Colombia and Ecuador. So was there a decision that was made to handle survivors differently after these strikes?
Not to my knowledge, no. Steve.
What?
Spoke to the
Okay.
Venezuelan leader. Are you trying to negotiate his departure? Is there an asylum deal under work?
President, as you know, last night on Air Force One, he said, I don't want to comment on that, but I did speak to him in the effort of transparency. So there you go. You got your confirmation. I'll let him speak further if he wishes to on the details of that conversation that took place.
Steve Witkoff is headed to Moscow. How close are you to some sort of Ukraine agreement?
I think the administration feels very optimistic. Obviously, you've seen, Steve, that the president's entire team, including Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary Rubio and the vice president and the president himself, Secretary
They're not going
Hegseth
to ask
as
her
well,
about the
have been working
collusion
so
that
hard
he's
on
doing
this
with
effort,
Russia?
and they all really want to see this war come to an end. And so just yesterday, Sunday, I believe that was yesterday, they had very good talks with the Ukrainians in Florida, and now, of course, Special Envoy Witkoff is on his way to Russia. This is sort of the shuttle diplomacy that you've seen from this administration play out, where we speak equally with both sides. We've put points on paper. Those points have been very much refined, but as for the details,
let me
I will
show
let
you.
the negotiators negotiate, but we do feel quite good, and we're hopeful that this war can finally come to an end. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got a question about Ukraine and then a clarification about immigration changes that are happening. On Ukraine, President Trump very briefly yesterday said that corruption issues there were not helpful to the peace process following the resignation on Friday of President Zelensky's top aide, Andrei Yermak. We were told from your podium in the prior administration that, quote, there is no indication that there's been any kind of widespread corruption involving U.S. resources in Ukraine. What is the Trump administration's view?
Essentially, the stuff with Witkoff was Witkoff on a phone call with Yuri Yushkov, Vladimir Putin's most senior foreign policy advisor, and they're speaking very cordially. Thank you, Yuri, and thanks for your support. This is Witkoff. You got Yuri saying, yeah, because we think you're making the job there, making the real job there in the region. Witkoff, well, listen, I'm going to tell you something. I think if we can get the Russia-Ukraine thing solved, everybody will be jumping for joy. Yuri says, yeah, you need to solve only one problem. Witkoff says, what? Yuri says, the Russia-Ukraine war. Yuri asks him for advice. Witkoff says, Yuri, here's what I would do. My recommendation. Witkoff, I would make the call and just reiterate that you congratulate the president on this achievement, that you supported it, that you respect he is a man of peace, and you're really glad to have seen it happen. So I would say that. I think from that, it's going to be a really good call. So it's Witkoff advising Putin's foreign policy advisor on how to basically persuade Trump to the Russian perspective. I told the president that the Russian Federation has always wanted a peace deal. That's my belief, I told, which is bullshit. The issue is that we have two nations that are having a hard time coming to a compromise. When we do, we're going to have a peace deal, thinking that we should do a 20-point thing. Yeah, just listen to what I'm saying. I just want you to say, maybe just say this to President Putin, because you know I have the deepest respect for President Putin. Oh my God. This is Witkoff. Maybe he says to President Trump, Steve and Yuri discussed a very similar 20-point plan to peace that could be something that we think might move the needle a little bit. We're open to those sorts of things. Just basically coaching him through. And then it came out that Witkoff had a bunch of business dealings going on in Russia.
Corruption issues in the wake of Yermak's resignation.
Disgusting.
How is that impacting peace talks?
Well, look, I think the president has made it quite clear, as he said last night, corruption is never helpful. And he does not want to see American tax dollars taken advantage of, which is why he has stopped the endless checks that were being written by the previous administration to fund this war. The United States is selling weapons to NATO that are being sent to Ukraine, that's a very different thing than the American people writing blank checks to a war effort very far away. It does not degrade the administration's determination to see this war come to an end, but I think it exemplifies the president's desire to always put the American people and the American taxpayer first.
On immigration, you mentioned, or you emphasized that there would be a review of the Afghans who were resettled here under the previous administration.
Yes.
There's a lot of changes happening right now to asylum and to green card holders. What should the 2 million people with pending asylum claims, or the roughly million people from the 18 other countries of concern, know about what's going on in the review? What's the status of all these other people?
They're essentially paused for review, and the Department of Homeland Security is taking this very seriously, because we are not going to allow soldiers like we saw in American streets last week to be gunned down at the hands of these foreign nationals who had the privilege of coming to the United States of America. And unfortunately, this is not the only example of a dangerous Afghan who was let in by Joe Biden, who went on to harm the American people. There was an Afghan national who was let into the country under the Biden administration through Operation Allies Welcome, who shot and wounded 2 Fairfax, Virginia police officers during a routine traffic stop. He was killed by return fire after declaring, quote, "I should have served with the explicitive Taliban." 2 Afghan nationals were given legal status by the Biden administration as well, who were arrested and prosecuted for plotting a terrorist attack in Oklahoma just before Election Day in 2024. We all remember that. They possessed hundreds of rounds of ammunition and had pledged their allegiance to ISIS. There was also an Afghan national who was on the terror watch list who was apprehended by Border Patrol in 2024, but then he was released into our country by the Biden administration. Again, let's just highlight the absurdity of that. Border Patrol apprehended a terrorist, and then the Biden administration, because of their lax policies, still allowed him to come into the United States of America. I think everyone in this room, whether you want to admit it or not, does not want that individual living alongside you in your American neighborhood. And that individual was later arrested again after being allowed to live in the U.S. at large for over a year. Another one, a criminal illegal alien from Afghanistan, was arrested by ICE in 2025, convicted of second-degree assault, was previously allowed to stay in the country by the Biden administration. I have several more examples here. I'm happy to provide them to anyone in this room. John.
I would like to see that list.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to
Thank you
and your young family. Hope you enjoyed it. I have 2 questions unrelated. The first, back to Afghanistan. My son and I walked by the horrific shooting less than 1 hour before it happened. So for anybody that's here, this thing's real. You outlined all of these unvetted Afghans that were let in by Biden. We just had one the other day that was going to blow up a DHS building. Can you be specific on what the Trump administration is doing now to re-vet those that are here, so that we don't
They're probably not even going to re-vet them. They're just going to say, oh,
Sure. I can tell you
Afghani,
2
get
top-level
out.
things, and I would defer
Which
you to
is
DHS for more of the
nuts.
specifics, as of course they are leading this effort. And I can assure you Secretary Noem is on the ball. I've spoken with her and her team, and they have an all-hands-on-deck effort to having resources go towards this. But we have paused all asylum adjudications, and then of course the special immigrant visas, which we know many Afghans utilize to come into the country under the Biden administration, have also now been paused. And I would just point out one more time that the Biden administration was responsible for the original sin that led to this tragic killing last week, the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. He was responsible for Operation Allies Welcome, which is something that this White House and the people behind this podium in the last administration fully and wholeheartedly embraced. And they assured the American people there would be no risk or no harm to them. And as I just laid out for you in those many examples, that unfortunately and tragically has not turned out to be the truth. Just ask the families of these 2 brave National Guardsmen, one who is no longer with us and one who continues to fight for his life. So I know the president is wholeheartedly focused on this effort, and I think unfortunately these events do remind us why it's so important that the president's mass deportation operation continues. With that, sure.
Follow up. The White House today launched a new fake news portal, which I found interesting. What is your objective with that, ultimately? And are you going to name the news networks, and are you also going to name some of the correspondents, some which may be here today?
Yes.
Who is this guy?
I'm glad
Chill,
you
dude.
noticed. much to the dismay of some of your colleagues in the room, John. And I think it goes to our original promise on day one to hold the media accountable, because unfortunately, and we deal with this
Our laws
all
are
day,
clear.
every day around here, there are so many fake stories that are unfortunately written that have inaccurate characterizations of meetings that took place, and it's all based on anonymous sourcing. And, you know,
Wow.
the standard for journalism, unfortunately, has dropped to such a historic low in this country. And again, we deal with it every day, where you can have an anonymous source who has no idea what they're talking about, zero credibility, call up a reporter in Washington and say, hey, I heard this, and then the next thing you know, it's on the front page of the New York Times. It's really incomprehensible. We appreciate
Oh,
the
they added the
journalists, some of those
reporters.
who are in this room who do reach out for comment, who try to get things right, and there are some that remain. But overwhelmingly, the fake news that we see pumped out
Our laws
of
are
this
clear.
building
Oh my God,
on a
this video
day-to-day
plays
basis,
every time.
it's honestly overwhelming to keep up with it all, and to constantly have to defend against these fake news and these attacks. And I will point out one fake news story over the weekend before I let you all go, from the New York Times that took about 1/3 of the president's daily calendar and his daily schedule, and said that he's doing less than he did in his first term, or he might not be fit for the job. That is unequivocally false, and it's deeply unfortunate that this story was written by the same outlet and the same reporter who wrote this: Biden is doing 100% fine after tripping while boarding Air Force One. Oh, same outlet, same reporter who wrote that President Trump is not fit for the job. Are you kidding me? You all see him almost every single day. He is the most accessible president in history.
Yeah,
He's
we saw
taking
him
meetings around the
napping
clock.
in a
Another
meeting.
one. Biden declared, quote, healthy and vigorous after his first presidential physical. I don't see headlines like that too often about this president. Again, same reporter,
Because we
same
don't
outlet
have any
who wrote
results.
falsely over the weekend that President Trump is not fit for the job. I
We
can
had one that
assure
said
you
Trump
he
was like
absolutely is. You all
220
see that with
pounds,
your own
which
eyes on a
is
daily basis,
just
and the president's
bullshit.
physician has now given you all 3 detailed reports on the state of the president's health. So with that, I will leave you all, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Oh, man. They don't even try and make it believable anymore. This is crazy. All right.